a plane, the maximum number of points you can have where the distance between each pair of points is the same, that's an equilateral triangle, right? Now try and introduce a fourth point that is an equal distance from all the other 3 points. You can't do it in the plane. You can only do it by introducing a point that's above the plane and creating a tetrahedral effect. So that's another thing that you can look at. If there are 4 points on Earth that are an equal distance away from one another, then that proves that the Earth can't be planar. That would demonstrate if you could confirm those distances. And there are multiple things whose distances you can check. Flight paths, railway tracks, etc. This, that, and the other. And I'd advise you towards doing that with your map projection if you're testing it.
I have. No, I did that with the stars, though. Not just a projection of the geographical location, but the actual GP of the stars and the angle of the stars, so that the observer himself can move wherever you want to along that latitude line. And I can say this point and then move 90 degrees, this point, move 90 degrees, this point, and put those 4 points like you were saying. And each one of them will be exactly the same distance as long as I'm on the 45th parallel.
Were you using software, or were you actually there with a physical tool?
Mathematics, not myself. Actually doing
You're
it.
just using data points that are already collected.
But did you understand my point that if you have 4 equidistant points, you can't be dealing with a plane?
No, because what you're talking about is if I'm off of that 45 parallel. Of course, I have to be at exact something that I can derive by pi to get back to that exact angle from Polaris or from the central of the disk.
I'm a bit confused. Are you saying that it's possible to have 4 equidistant points in a plane?
On the 45th parallel, south or north, yes.
Well, that's mathematically wrong.
I understand.
On an nth dimensional boundary surface, the maximum number of points you can have is n+1. So if you're on a 2-dimensional, if you're in a flat plane, you can only have 3 points that are equidistant from one another.
Oh, from themselves, not from the center. I'm sorry. I misheard you. So from themselves, not from the center, not from the point that you're starting from. You're measuring.
No. So we've got a set of.
I got it. I understand. You're right. Okay. You're right. I can't do that on mine.
But can I also just throw a point of clarification for
next?
Oh, yeah. The map, whether you disagree with the aesthetic quality of it, Tony, it's a convention because of the orientation of north and south that it is like Africa centered. So it's I guess mathematically accurate because of the grid lines, because of all that work. But it aesthetically, I guess, wouldn't represent what it would optically. No, it's distorted. The map's distorted because it's Africa centered. Thanks. Okay.
But this is the thing. So if the Earth were actually planar, it should be possible to map locations without introducing distortions, shouldn't it?
Well, we're mapping with the stars, and they're following the field. The field is curved. I don't know. We're dealing with what we can do with here.
I'm kind of curious now too, Tony, because I brought up like a globe being a map, of the Earth and being at 3D. Is the Google Earth not a map of the Earth in a 3-dimensional field?
I mean, to some extent, but I kind of think so. I think
like when I look at Google Map, when I look at Google Earth or whatever, I can like center any continent I want in the center. I'm going to get an accurate. Like, there's no distortion being placed when I'm like turning that thing around. So as I'm saying, like, there's no distortion. I'm looking at Google Earth, right? Am I?
No, I wouldn't. I don't know precisely what they do. I do know that they handle elevations shonkily. So I was horrified to hear that Alan was using Google Earth elevations in his in his presentation the other
Yeah,
day.
I wouldn't trust the elevations, but like the land masses and the way they're shaped
land- the
proportionally.
geometry of
I
the
would
land masses.
assume that on a globe,
Yeah.
I'm looking at if it's being represented in 3D, it's going to be like
Yeah.
accurate landmass sizes, right? It's
Yeah.
not going to be distortioned. Okay,
So
I
this
got
is
confused there.
this is where in mathematical terms the word map has a very specific meaning. It's a function that takes you from one set onto another set. That's a map. And when you look at cartography, you'll find all of these formulae for turning a latitude and a longitude into an XY position on a map. That's what cartography is all about, and developing different mathematical maps that go from latitude and longitude onto a plane. So just going from latitude and longitude onto latitude and longitude, just onto a globe or just onto Google Earth, in some senses, I wouldn't think of that as a map. You're not actually mapping the set. You're representing it. You're imaging the set. Because when you're doing that, when you're looking at a globe, there are portions of the set that you can't see at any point in time. So you're taking basically an image of the object in this case. So you're imaging the set rather than mapping the set. So I wouldn't consider those maps in a formal sense. But maybe I'm being overly pedantic here.
But aren't some of the Google Maps made from satellites?
Images rather than satellite maps.
Well, like
But
low
don't you
orbiting
like
planes
the
even are
way-
part of. Hold on,
Yes.
even low orbiting even planes are part of Google Earth Maps.
Yes.
If you zoom in far enough, like that's part of the mapping technique. So I'd say in a hierarchy, you have a mapping technique that goes all the way up to satellite scale for its accuracy. So I wouldn't even say it's not a map; it's a very accurate map. And there's many techniques put in for its mapping techniques that don't date to just a flat map.
I don't know.
Sure.
So I think Tony is right. Although he's got it backwards. So the reason why Google Earth can't be called a map is because if they actually did try to do a map on a globe, it would have lots of anomalies. So it's been reverse engineered. What E1 has actually done is reverse engineered what was already reverse engineered from a flat plane to a globe, and he's just brought it back to reality.
Thank you.
Snap! There goes gravity. Oh,
like
there
that.
goes rabbity.
Well, again, I don't know that gravity is really related to the shape of the Earth in anything but an indirect fashion. If
was
I
an
were a
Eminem
flat earther,
lyric.
I would.
Mom
Yeah,
spaghetti.
I know. But it's a bit early at this stage of the game to start declaring that this is a complete success. There are a lot of validation steps that would need to be taken
agree.
before this can be accepted.
I
Right.
agree. Well, not. I don't agree with that. I agree that there is definitely a lot more to be done to be able to solidify and be in concrete that this is exactly where everything is and how it works. But I don't think that it totally. Until you do that, I don't think you can dismiss the connection between what it explains and then what it shows you. I mean, it's not that it's not that I'm saying I'm correct perfectly in every way, shape, or form, but I can see just by looking at what that guy just said. I just reverse engineered what was already reverse engineered back to the plane, back to reality. I took my personal beliefs or what my assumptions of what it was out of it, and I just went to magnetics. So I do agree with you. There is more testing, or I look at it as more overlays. There has to be more explanation of the world around us with this exact shape and basis of movement of everything to be explained for sure. But I don't think that it makes it to where somebody can go, oh, that's definitely not the way it goes. It's either we're spinning or we're an AE map, but it's definitely not this because we haven't figured out everything, or we haven't figured out the things that you're talking about per se.
Okay.
That's
So
what
you understood what I said earlier about it being mathematically impossible to construct a distance preserving map from a globe onto a plane, right? You understood what I said.
From a globe, yes. From a globe,
okay.
but not to make a plane, not to be able to
So-
mathematically
so-
make a.
So in order for the Earth to be planar, it must be the case that the spherical distance formula is demonstrably incorrect by a significant margin in some areas.
No, well,
Yes,
yes. In those exact anomalous areas that I talked about, east of very, very far east. Like if you look at the cross between the two poles, and then you have the celestial equator at the very east and the very west. In those places, yes, you're going to have.
Okay, so for instance, a flight from San Francisco to, say, southern India would cross that, right?
No.
Yes, it would, surely.
Not in my map, it wouldn't. Not from
Why not?
nowhere in North America to southern India would it cross the celestial equator, ever.
But, well, why not?
Because if you are in North America and you fly either east or west to India, you are still within the northern hemisphere or the northern quadrant. You never cross over.
Right, okay. All right. So what if I go to what if I go to the Maldives?
Give me is that southern? Exactly. What's the GP of it? I don't know the Maldives. Give me a different place as far as the name that's near it. Is it an
Well, let's
island
say
in the southern
Yeah,
hemisphere?
it's an island.
What map are you guys talking about?
We're talking about a map that E1 has dedicated, has determined. But sort of, to my knowledge, it has never been the case that the spherical distance formula has been demonstrated to be wrong.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying that
Significantly in error.
It's just
the
like
formula is the exact same. The formula is the exact same on my map as it is on the ball map.
yeah, like because like if
How
this works
can that possibly be?
within the Null School website. Are you aware of that, Tony? It's like a while back, but it was basically all that was global data that was done where you could use an AE projection, and you could see like all of these systems working over top of it. I think I saw a similar map with stars and stuff like that, like in animation, actually working within that website. It's down now, but yeah, it's
You think you saw something doesn't really carry the evidentiary weight that I'm looking for.
It was like a weather service. I don't. It was a cartography and mapping thing. It wasn't a flat earthers website. Okay, but Tony, effectively, like I think that. Let me please continue talking. I think that E1's map might be flattening the sky out, but for distorting the Earth. You know what I mean? And I think hold on. I think that it would be possible to create a software implementation utilizing the mathematics that is in E1's model and then overlaying a corrected non-distorted map where so if that were possible, right, we would have all of the mathematically predicted things that a globe would give you and the appearance of a globe. Would you be able to tell if we created a map, if we created a globe like Google Earth, and then had a secondary one, a brand X version of it, right? And you're taste testing. Like, what do you have to do? You're just checking for the consistency of the positionality, and I mean the other rigors that you're trying to run into here with sea cabling and other things, flight paths. But effectively, if we could replicate it, is that not like, in a way?
Again,
is it not proving
you
that
seem not to be listening to what I am saying. It is not mathematically possible to construct a distance-preserving map from the surface of a sphere onto a plane. So if the spherical distance formula is always correct, then you would have to have and you were trying to claim that the Earth is in fact flat. That would be impossible. So in order the spherical distance formula has to be wrong, and it has to be shown to be wrong. Now there are multiple data sets where things propagate physically across the boundary that E1 is talking about. For instance, tsunamis propagate from east to west across the equator from Chile. From Chile up to Japan, for instance. Earthquake signals travel from east to west across and from west to east and from north to south, and they show no signs of discontinuity. They show no signs of distance alteration. They propagate in exactly the manner that is predicted in a spherical by a spherical formulation. Similarly, pressure waves within the atmosphere and meteorological conditions also propagate across this boundary. So this boundary is physically demonstrable to not be a discontinuity in distance as is required in E1's map.
Do you want to respond to that, Ewan?
The one thing I'd have to say is if you're talking about pressure waves of either atmospherical or in the water, tectonic plate movements, you're talking about something like this coming from Antarctica or from South America, and then it propagates, and you're saying that it crosses over this boundary and then comes over here, but it doesn't. And the mathematical measurements, however you want to do it, is either in arc minutes, in miles, however you want to do it, on the ball and on my map are the exact same distance. It's right here because this zero
cannot be. It is a mathematical impossibility to have a flat surface in which the distance is the same. I don't know how many times to say this.
I know.
It is
Maybe you should try a different way.
Let me just show you. Let me just show you. If you're measuring from South America to Australia, right? And you go this way, west, and you think that that pressure wave is going to propagate not only south to Australia, but north to Australia. It goes around the same distance, the same exact longitudinal lines, the same exact arc minutes all the way around this way as it would on the ball. The same distance goes around the north, the same pressure wave. As it goes around, it goes the same distance, the same longitudinal lines to Australia from South America as it does on the ball, as it does on the AE map, as it does.
Measure the distances between those lines. Get out a ruler and measure the distances between those longitudinal lines. They are not constant as they need to be. You are measuring distance in longitude, but the distance in centimeters between those longitudinal lines is not the same, is it?
No, and that changes. The same thing that changes from here. It's 69 degrees per arc, or 69 miles per arc degree down here. Sorry. Let me put it back on. But when you get up to the northern latitudes or the southern latitudes past a certain degree, it's like the 60th latitude, it gets crushed together to where now an arc degree doesn't equal 69 miles. Now it's like you can fly for hours along right here. Even in your ball Earth, you can fly for hours along the equator, and your time doesn't change. Your as far as your time zone doesn't change. Up here at the northern latitudes, you can go for a minute. Or I shouldn't say a minute, but 10 minutes and you're in the next time zone. And that's
look
the
at
same
the other
distance.
side, sir. Look at the other
That's the
side.
same
Look
thing
at
that
the
happens
distance
here.
between. Look at the distance between neighboring longitudes on the other side of the pole. They are clearly vastly different from the distance between meridians on this side of the pole. There is not a consistent distance between meridians.
I know.
Yes,
I know.
and so your map is not distance preserving.
Dude, do you know where? Okay, hold on. This is not me coming up with this. This is a mathematical equation of a conical graph. Do you see what this is? You see what this is right here, right? This is a conical graph that's set up for an exact latitude, 45 degrees north, or 45 degrees positive, because this is a magnetic.
Is that how distances are measured in the real world, sir? Do we use that? Do we use those objects in the real world?
Listen to what I'm saying. 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 This is latitude and longitude. Now you transpose that to distance, and distance isn't the same at the north as for arc degrees in your ball, and not in my map, in your ball, the same as in my map when you get to the north. When you put this up here, the distances are different.
Nonsense, sir. Your projection cannot be distance preserving. That is just a mathematical impossibility.
Please listen to what I'm saying. No map is distance preserving. If you go to the ball map and you're in the north and you're going to move 1 arc degree and you're not going to move 69 miles. If you go down to the equator and you move 1 arc degree, you're going to move 69 miles. The same thing doesn't work out here as it does here, and on any map. On your map, on a ball map, on an AE map, on my map. What you're saying is not correct. I understand what you're saying.
No, that's false, sir.
So you think, hold on.
Look at your map. No. Be quiet. Look at the length of the arc. Okay, imagine. So look along the equator. Okay, look at the distance between the equator and that first parallel of latitude.
15 degrees.
Right there. What's the distance? So you're saying it's 69 miles. Now go out to the edge of your map and look at the distance from the equator to that first parallel. Is that 60? Is that still the same distance? No, it's not, sir. Not on your map.
But wait a minute. It's not on yours either.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. No, 69, moving directly north or south.
Is this a singing contest or what? What is this, man?
Normally,
I mean,
moving
Tony,
directly north or south by 69 miles changes your latitude by approximately 1 degree, no matter where you are on Earth.
Yeah, Tony.
No,
you're gonna have to
you were wrong. Sorry.
No, I'm not, sir.
I think you will. I think you should. I think it's
if
good
you're
for you.
here, if you're here and you measure out that arc degree this way, it's 69 miles.
I'm not talking about east-west. I'm talking about north-south.
Okay.
So you're saying at the center of your map, the north-south distance is 69 miles per degree,
69,
right?
It's 69 miles here too.
No, but it can't be. Look at your map. The distances are larger on your map at the edge than they are here. The scale is not consistent through the map.
No,
can you just
dude, hold on.
The kind of childish tones you expect from a PhD, right? Okay.
Yeah, just take turns and let him explain. Like, give him a minute, all right?
So I already gave you this part right here.
The scale is not consistent.
Is he going to whine like a child in the background?
Can I ask my question, Ewan?
Yeah, go ahead.
In that first parallel, like above from the equator, what's the degrees on that?
15. Oh wait, no, hold on. This one is set up as, is it 30, 90, 60? I think it's 15. Yeah, it's 15. 15 degrees.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the longitude, the latitude, that first parallel. That's right beside the equator.
This one right here.
Yeah, the one that's going up at the edge.
Okay, so that's one of the problems. This is going to be 1 because that's the only way I can depict it. I can't depict 0. So 0 is going to be out here, right out here, but this is a 1 north, 1 south. So you're going to have discrepancies here. Like I said, these are the anomalous areas right here. But it's not that right here is 0. 0 is going to be out here. So this is how I'm depicting it. So you can separate it out. So that however you want to look at it, this line right here is 1 degree north. This one is 1 degree south. But in actuality, it's probably further out here because
everything's broken, right?
Yeah, that's where it separates. This is where it separates. So I don't know where exactly it is. I know it's going to be a little bit past this area, so I know that's why I drew this as the 1.
All right, so you have the celestial equator, that's 0 degrees, that's going through the center, right?
Yeah.
And that's 1/2 of the equator, right?
No, that is the equator. What do you mean? Oh,
how come 1 degrees has top and bottom, and 0 degrees doesn't?
Yeah, there's a difference between what I'm calling the celestial equator and what everybody is depicting as the equator, where the sun goes at the solstice, or I'm sorry, at the equinox, and that would be 0 latitude or just above 0 latitude around the south, and so this would be considered the southern equator. And this would be considered the northern equator, very outer edge. This is the celestial.
But you understand that's a problem, right? Because the sun doesn't split on the equinox, and we don't have 2 suns, one going north, one going south.
But I don't think it splits. I think
how do you have one going on the northern equator and one going on the southern equator?
Because it never is on the equator, and we can see that by. Yeah, it's never actually riding on the equator. It never rides on this.
It is on the equinox. That's why it's called the equator, the celestial equator.
No, it crosses an equator.
That's just a lie, sir. The sun is overhead at the equator. Its ground position goes along the equator.
Listen to what I'm saying. The sun is constantly
And this is observational, observably demonstrable, sir. In real,
Tony, let me drive my point home.
Let him respond.
If you don't mind, I'd like to drive my point home. My point is that with your model, you would have to have, just like you have all of the latitude degrees, north and south. You would have to have the equator also north and south. Because there's one half. No, it's not. It's just at the center, the celestial equator.
That's not the equator. That's the celestial equator.
The celestial equator is the equator. In terms of, that's how we defined the geo.
No, we don't.
One second, Mo. That's how we defined Earth's terrestrial equator is based off the celestial equator at the equinox.
No, you're wrong percentage.
Go ahead, correct me.
Celestial equator is different than the equator.
Definition of celestial equator and equator. There is a difference.
Yeah, but how did we map out the actual terrestrial equator, the Earth's equator? How do we do that?
What do you mean? How do we map it out?
Based off the GP of the sun on the equinox, right?
Right.
Exactly. So they're not going to be divergent. They're going to be the same.
No, because if you're watching the sun go through the cycle, and I know you don't believe that this is how it is. Let's say you put it on the ball and it's going around the northern hemisphere and then it goes around the southern hemisphere. It doesn't sit and ride the equator for 24 hours. It never does. The sun never stops going from 23.4 north to 23.4 south, back and forth through its cycle throughout the year. I believe it goes around 180 something times, 182 and a half times around the north, and then it crosses at exactly 6 o'clock UTC time. It crosses about here across the celestial equator, not the equator. I don't believe there is an actual equator. I know you do. I believe there's a celestial equator that it crosses over at 6 o'clock that we can see on the nautical almanacs that shows that this is the position that the sun crosses over. It's right about over the Atlantic, right around where South America crosses. And then when it comes back over into September, after it goes around 182 degrees or 182 times around, it crosses over into the northern ecliptic or the northern quadrants at 11 o'clock. It's exactly this spot every year. There is no changing these GP locations of when the sun crosses over, how long it stays inside of its latitude, crossing or spinning around, or if you think spinning around the ball. But it always crosses at this point going to the south and at this point going to the north. That's why I say it doesn't ride the equator.
You just not know that you're saying false things?
What do you mean? All you have to do is look at the almanac.
The point in time at which the sun crosses the equator is not fixed in the year.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Look up the. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right. I'm not going to argue with.
They're not even at the same times. Really, like at the equator, like they happen at different times in the year. Like where like it would be like Louisiana is different than where it would be on the other side of the world.
Yeah,
equatorially. So like that does for me that that made more sense. And I don't pretend to understand 100% or support 100% whatever this whole model is, but that did make sense to me, man. Like, wow.
Yeah, no, this is information you can look up in the nautical almanac.
When it goes on this figure 8 loop, it's going to be traveling all the way south on this flat Earth. Right?
Yeah, it does. Well, hold on.
It's the same difference as going across the blue side of the ball percentage.
The concept that it's like basically the equator that we think of is an apparent equator. That is a very bold idea for me. I don't know. I think,
sure, no, that's fine, and it's fine. That's making
demonstrably
180
wrong.
loops around the northern pole, and then crossing this line and doing the same at the bottom. But the issue is, when that happens, you would expect that basically the distance to the sun is going to double that first day. After it crosses half.
Yeah.
Initially it's going to be near the equator, and then it's going to go all the way around this circle to the other side of the flat Earth, which doesn't
real
happen.
quick,
We
for
don't see the sun
context,
just going all the way far in one day.
It would also mean that the
real quick,
24 hours.
E1, wait, Tony, real quick. E1, for context, Percentage is not a ball earther. He's a flat earther who's embraced the idea of a Pac-Manning sun or something, but then he hates this idea because he thinks it's a lot longer. And I'm trying to tell him it's the same distance. It's just you're not going around the blue side of the ball. You're just going around the poles, and it'd be the exact same percentage, by the way.
Well, no, just to clarify, I think this is possible, but only with Pac-Man, only with wraparound, because you have the equator.
And that's more ridiculous than the exact same distance around that would the blue side of the ball would represent.
No, it's not more ridiculous at all. But my point is, with the equator being at the center, just like you have, the 1 degree, 2 degree, all these different latitudes that are both north and south. The equator is also the same. It's going to have a north and south. It requires it, because you're not going to just have one half of the equator showing in the front. I think if you were to actually map it out, and this is where we disagree, he thinks that the equator doesn't, like the sun doesn't actually stay overhead on the equinox, for the entire Earth. I disagree with that. But if you were to do that, you would have to have both the equator above and below, or to the very north and to the very south of this map.
So, getting back to the point that I was making, the equinoxes occur on either, the 20th or the 21st of May and September. They don't occur on one fixed day. They oscillate between them. They don't occur at a fixed time of day. And you can assert that this is wrong. You're just stating a falsehood. Now, either you're ignorant of the fact that the equinoxes vary, the date of the equinoxes, the date and time of the equinoxes varies from year to year.
Within the year, though, and it's not consistent on either. It's not on both sides. The same.
Well, Tony, I'd like to Tony real quick. Look up the nautical information, Tony. Just look up the nautical information, right, and then come back with that. But I want to hear Percentage and E1 work out what they were trying to work on before you butted in.
Well, actually, I was talking about this before you interrupted in order to explain what Percentage was all about. So I raised this point, and then other people interrupted to make their point.
Yeah, you're just saying he's incorrect or he's lying, though, right? So that's not really useful to just declare that he's. Just declaring that he's saying falsehoods doesn't help.
But instead,
real information.
Continuing to interrupt me and therefore holding up the conversation.
Well,
Carry on, Percentage and E1.
Tony, you held up the conversation by just trying to mathematically disqualiFy it because of the amount of points that
it is mathematically impossible. That is true. So you can go down to a university, ask to talk to the mathematics department. This is the mathematics department. They're
You're going to appeal to authority now on top of it?
It's just an appeal to facts. It's just an appeal to facts. Talk to somebody who understands mathematics and ask them if there's a distance preserving map from the surface of a sphere onto a flat Earth. There isn't. And the claim that this is such a projection is simply mathematically impossible.
And what E1 retorted was that the ball is not distance preserving either.
Then he
said, go look up the nautical information. Look in the nautical almanac, Tony. You could take his advice or he could take yours, but I'd like to get back to Percentage and just hold off for a minute, please.
Sure.
Much love, Tony.
My issue with your thing, E1, is that we know that latitude lines go all around the Earth, right? And your thing is on one half of, in the center of the map, the latitude lines are close to the equator. You have, north and south, 1 degree above the equator is close to 1 degree south, and it scales like as you'd expect. But on the extremes of the map, the very north and the very south. You have 1 degree north on the other side of the entire world as 1 degree south. How do you make that how does that make sense?
Okay, I'm just going to show you what I see in the graphs. This is the Nautical Almanac from 2025, March 25th, or March 20th through 22nd. You go down, you get to where it says, what time for Greenwich hour angle, the declination of what the star was. This isn't the star, this is the sun. It's literally saying the sun at what latitude it is at. And at exactly 9 o'clock on Thursday, the sun crosses from the southern to the northern. You can see it. You can see it right here. That's the GP at this Greenwich hour angle, 313 degrees and 9 minutes. That's when it crosses over that ecliptic, that celestial equator, not the equator, the celestial equator at the prime meridian, at Greenwich hour angle. That's what I'm talking about. So the sun doesn't, not even for an entire hour does it go through. You can see that it's 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, even 1 hour before off of the celestial equator. But as it crosses over that exact moment, 9 o'clock, I was off. I'm sorry.
You're comparing
I have no issue with that. I have no issue with that. But my issue is that when the day progresses, you're saying that the sun is literally going to the other side of the world, other side of the flat world. You know,
it does. For the winter,
let's say it's following 1 degree or 2 degrees or whatever it is.
North.
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
but that's not what we observe.
North for the summer and south for the winter. That's why we have winter.
Well, that's not what we observe. We observe someone. Let's say someone lives near the equator, right? They don't have to travel to the other side of the world to, for the sun to be near them, basically.
Yeah, it's set south of west during the winter. You can observe that yourself. It goes north of west during the summer. You can see that yourself. Anyone can.
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know how to, I'm going by the data and I'm going by what I see and I visually have represented with my position or any observer's position along the latitude and longitude lines. And as it crosses over on that exact day, you can watch you can measure it with either a sextant, a compass. You can use the shadows as far as to show you the delineation of what the difference in the months of how it does it, to where you know that if you are on the equator or if you're on the northern or the southern, you can see that it literally leaves the circuit of the northern quadrants, goes to the southern, and then during the summer it crosses back over. I'm not.
How far? But you seem to be ignoring central points. If this and
no, I'm not. I understand what you're saying, dude.
No, don't interrupt me before I've even made the point. If the sun is following that 1 degree thing south, it comes right next to Antarctica, which means that Antarctica must be. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
it's the same distance. Does. It's the same distance from Antarctica as it is from the South Africa, Central Africa. Yes, it is. I'm telling you, dude, listen to what I'm saying. If you look at that map,
show the map and look at the map. Now that you've taken the map down, you can say whatever the hell you want. But if you bring the map back up and follow that arc around, the sun goes to the far side of Antarctica from South Africa. And it must be fully day in Antarctica, right? Antarctica is the closest landmass to the sun at that point when it goes round.
Well, that I'll agree with. Yes, it's definitely the closest one. But it's
so it must be experiencing daylight. How can the sun be closest to Antarctica, but Antarctica not experiencing daylight?
I didn't say it wasn't experiencing daylight. What are you talking about? Hold on a second here. Did I share my screen?
Observably at equinox, the sun does not get above the horizon at the South Pole.
Can I just mention one thing? Hold on, E1, before you go. You know what's interesting is, you know how at the North Pole and the South Pole, you get that one sunrise and one sunset per year? Because if you're in the South Pole, let's say you're at the 90-degree south point and you're just there and it's complete darkness, meaning it's the wintertime there, it's totally dark. As you wait day after day after day, as the sun crosses the equinox, it's going to start well, around that region, depending on your conditions and so on, it's going to start rising, and it's going to be making essentially that, if you're at the 90 south, it's going to be making that 24-hour circle, but it's just, you know, beyond the horizon, as it were, and then you're going to see just a peak of the sun, and it's making this huge rotation. So the sun slowly makes these huge rotations around you and rises very slowly, and then obviously goes up and up in elevation all the way to 23.4 at December 21st. So what I'm saying is that the point you guys are talking about, when the sun is at the equinox, it's transitioning from the north to the south, and it's not just broad daylight at the North Pole, and then all of a sudden the day after the equinox it's pitch black or anything like that. It's transitioning, and it's setting for the north and rising for the south. And when that's occurring, you can't see the entire sun from either at that moment. It's transitioning. So it wouldn't necessarily be as dramatic as all of a sudden it pops to the other side if this was the case or something like this. It's that it slowly rises above the horizon as it transitions between the two.
Right, and you would think about it like this. I know it's hard to really visualize or to even want to try and accept as far as a possibility. But if you think about the umbra, if my finger's the sun and it's traveling up across here, the umbra of the sun, as far as the light that it passes out, it's not anywhere near or past what this distance is here from pole to pole. Right? That's the umbra of the sun. So you can take that circle and push it down and around, so that if the sun is on the equinox, like you guys are talking about, March 21st or September 21st, as it's going around here, that sunlight is going for however many hours, 12 hours of light for, shit, it keeps turning my camera off. 12 hours of light as it passes through, right? But when it crosses over to here and down and around here, it's not like there isn't any sun here. I'm not saying that there's no sun here. There's definitely no sun at the Arctic. The sun goes and the light patterns fly out and around and go around. But there is still going to be darkness up in here when it comes around along here and goes around, as far as, let me put my finger. If it's going around the thing around like this,
go back,
you're going to get sun.
Go back to the bottom piece of the map. The bottom piece of the map where the sun is closest to Antarctica. Yes. So down here, when the sun is closest to Antarctica and further away from everywhere else, does Antarctica see sunlight or not?
Only here.
But it doesn't. That is not the observation. The observation
yes, it is.
No, it isn't. And
yeah,
again,
because you're
Tony, can I try it once more?
Hold on. You're talking about March 21st.
Basic geographical facts.
No, because the light has to be going around in a 24-hour thing, whether you're on a ball or not. If it's crossed over, we can even just forget about this part for right now. I know that you're going to go now. After I explain this, you're going to go to the north, but let's just forget about that for right now. If the sun is here, it's exactly lighting up not all of Antarctica, but this side of Antarctica on the thing, because that's where the umbra is. As it goes around, it's lighting up this side of Antarctica, but it's not lighting up that on March 21st. As it goes, I'm sorry.
That isn't the observation, sir. That is not what is observed.
But wait, when you go through the year and you start going to the solstice of the winter, or the southern solstice, to where Antarctica is getting as much sun, the sun moves up into the latitudes to where now the sun's umbra does cover It does cover all of Antarctica as it goes around, and it has 24-hour sun. And it's the rest of the world, like Australia, South Africa, the Philippines, and South America, that get longer times of light, but we get, up in the north, get shorter, exactly the exact distance that it should. But it's not that this gets 24-hour sun all the time whenever it crosses over. It has to go up the latitudes. It has to go through the days to get it to where it goes around at 1 degree, around at 2 degrees, until it gets to 23 degrees. And when it's at 23 degrees, the umbra of the sun is now shifted, not from right in between like this. The umbra of the sun is now like this, because the sun has moved to the circle of the 23.45. So now the sun's...
Take your finger back down to the bottom of the map where I had the sun was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please point to that point down below Antarctica. Yep. What is the distance of that longitude line from the equator?
Exactly the same distance that it is to the celestial equator to the southern pole.
Clearly not according to your map, right?
What?
According
I'm
to
sorry?
your map, the distance, according to your map, if you so take out a ruler, measure the distance from that ground point to the nearest point on the equator, and tell me what the ruler says.
On that is the equator. The celestial equator,
The
is that what you want me to measure?
No, it can't be the equator, sir.
No, I'm not calling this the equator. This is called the celestial equator, where Orion's belt is. That is not where this is. I know that's what you're saying, dude.
E1.
I'm not.
Let
I'm
me
not
ask you a
saying
question.
that.
Well, let me ask you a question, E1. So put your finger at like what you said was basically 1 degree, right? At the south. Yeah, like right there. Okay. Now let's say this is the middle of the Pacific, okay, near the international date line or what have you. I'm at 1 degree south, okay.
Right.
Now I travel 2 degrees north. Where am I?
You travel north?
North, 2 degrees.
North is this way.
I'm traveling 2 degrees north to go to 1 degree north.
Hold on. Let me show you. So you're looking at latitude lines, right?
Yeah, I'm at 1 degree south. I'm going 1 degree north.
I know, but you don't. Do you see how the longitude lines are? You have to follow the longitude lines to go north and south.
Yes, I'm at a latitude. I'm at 1 degree south, and I want to go to 1 degree north, following the longitude line. Where do I go?
Look, I'm showing you. Look, so if this is 1 degree, or 1 degree south latitude at 180 degrees west or east, it doesn't matter. That's the same spot, right? Remove the latitude lines so they're not confusing you. So you see what I'm talking about. This is south. To go north, you have to go along these latitude lines.
Mm-hmm.
So you go.
So you're saying. So you're saying. 1 second, Tony. So I'm in ship, in the middle of the Pacific. I'm going from 1 degree south, a short distance, to 1 degree north. You're saying I'm going all the way across the flat Earth?
No,
you see how it's broken?
You're not going 1 degree. You can't. So from
someone in Pacific can't go from 1 degree south to 1 degree north? That's a short distance, bro. It's 2 degrees.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. You can do that from here to here. So it's about 90 degrees east, 90 degrees west. When you pass 90 degrees east or west, you cannot. At least this is what I'm
talking
saying.
about. Yes, of course you can. Near the international date line in the Pacific Ocean, you can travel a short distance and
yes, across it, and you can go across the international date line there and up to, along there.
No, I didn't say traveling along the latitude. I'm saying traveling to a new latitude that's 2 degrees away.
Right, so you can do it here,
like almost 130 nautical miles.
Right, but look. But you're not. If you're on the 1 degree latitude south, you're not. You're only picking this spot, right? Well, that's fine, but you can't go. At least this is how I'm saying on my map. You can say that it doesn't work this way. You can go all through crossing over the north to the south along the 90th latitude. When you get past these 90th latitudes, I'm not saying that you can't go along the latitude, but you can't go from this position of 180 south to come up to 180 north by crossing over the celestial equator. It is not possible.
That's not a celestial equator. You mean the international date line, I think. And the thing is, in reality,
I mean the equator. You can't go from these positions, 180 degrees west or 180 degrees east, and cross over from 0 south to 1 south to 1 north. It does.
You can in reality. In reality, if I'm on ship in the Pacific Ocean, I can.
I know that's what you're saying. Do you know where that would be?
Yeah, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean near the international date line.
It's called. There's a name for that point.
It's going to be like antipodal to some place in Africa. It's the middle of the Pacific Ocean near the international date line.
Hey, Percentage is saying that's how they tricked us. It's the middle of the ocean, and they stitched the top and the bottom together, and that's Point Nemo. They call it the point of what was you saying? What was Gio? The
point of pole. The point.
Yeah.
the pole that
the
you
point of
can't get to.
inaccessibility, right? You can't.
Yeah,
No,
You could
it's
claim
not.
that
The
that
pole
happens
of
in reality,
the pole
but
of
you have to prove that
inaccessibility is
happens in
not there.
reality. And there's people not actually. You can even see that they depict things going across that line, but the trick is that things don't actually do that in reality. Is the claim.
That's
Yes, they
that's
do.
insane. You have freighters going trans-Pacific. They're going plus or minus the equator, all along the Pacific. So to say that just doesn't happen is crazy.
Well, no, it's not.
This is why
It's
the
not
map
every route. It's
requires.
not every
This is why
route.
the map
A lot of times
requires
they just be in the
wraparound.
ocean. A
E1.
lot of times they'd just be going coordinate point to point, and they'd be in the ocean, and it would be just the same. But when you're talking about crossing from the northmost point to the southmost point, that's where the debunk could come in. But good luck finding someone that actually goes over Point Nemo and proves that that actually happens, because they
But
would have
you
done
I'm not saying. Hold up.
circumpolar
Hold up.
navigation would
New
have been
perspective. I'm
the
Where
saying
is
date line.
going
Point
The
from
international
one.
Nemo?
date line goes all the way. They would have done the true circumpolar navigation would have been from the North Pole to the South Pole along that international date line up the back side of the blue side of the ball. They've never done that. They would have if they could, but I don't think they can, and that's the reason that
I think new perspective.
because
I think
where
you're
it's a
mixing
flat Earth,
models.
this is how
You're
it has
mixing.
to work.
You're confusing different models. New perspective. I'm not talking about on the globe going from north, south, like trans navigation or whatever. I'm not talking about that at all.
It seems like you
On
are.
hold up, no, on his model where basically he took this ball and split it in half, right? That's how it seems. It's going from one side of the earth, of the flat earth, to the other. But on a ball, and in reality, I'm not saying it's a ball in reality, but in reality you have freightliners that are traveling from 1 degree north, and going diagonally across the equator to 1 degree south. It's not a big deal for them travel to 2 latitude degrees. You understand? It happens all the time. In his map, they would have to go literally to the other side of the world, and it would only work with wraparound.
You also have weather systems, earthquakes, tsunamis, and atmospheric pressure waves. But again,
Hold on, wait,
you guys
Tony.
seem-
Tony,
you
let
guys
E1
seem not to
respond.
be
Hey,
aware.
Tony,
You guys seem
let
not. I
E1
hadn't finished
respond to what
speaking.
percentage
I
said
hadn't
first.
finished
I mean, he's
Don't
backing
speaking.
up my point.
bloviate
He's saying
about
it's not
other
just
points.
freightliners, not just ships. It's
And
also,
Let's take it one point at a
I'm going to
time.
make a point here regardless.
You're going to add
You
on
guys
anyway.
seem not to know when you're lying. Point Nemo
Don't
is
start calling
not
people
at
liars.
0 degrees north, and it's not on the equator. Point Nemo is 48 degrees 52 minutes south of the equator, and it is 123 degrees west. It has nothing to do with the international dateline. It has nothing to do with the equator. It is miles away from where people suggested. So if you're going to assert something as a fact, at least check whether or not it is the fact that you claim.
All right, but don't call people liars because nobody's trying to lie here. This is what E1 thinks it is, right? Let him respond to percentage or I'm going to mute you, okay? Go ahead.
I might be off on exactly where Point Nemo is, but I gave you exactly what islands and exactly the point and GP location of where I'm saying it is. 0 degrees, 0 degrees latitude and 180 degrees east or west is where I'm talking about. Next to Kiribati, or you don't like that name, or Jarvis, these islands, where the celestial equator and the international dateline meet. And on my map, I know you guys don't believe that it's doing this. I'm just saying this is how I depict it. And if you're asking me to describe how it works, this is how it works on my map, or on this type of a map, on a dual pole map. I'm not saying that you have to believe this or that you have to, but there is problems with what you're saying as far as they can cross over the ships cross over the equator all over the longitudes. No, they don't. You need to start watching some of these tracking. They have whatever you want to call it, sites, websites that you can go and track ships yourself. Go look at them and go see what's out there and how they move and what they are. And then do the aeronautical, like you're saying. that point that I'm talking about at 0 latitude and where Kiribati or Kiribati or whatever you were saying that name of that place is, where the map would come together, all four corners of my map would come together to make the ball. At those areas, you can see there's anomalous readings of what they're showing you of tracking of ships, tracking of airplanes. But I understand why you're if many people, whether you believe it's the ball or whether you believe it's a flat earth, why it's very hard to even conceptualize what I'm talking about or to make it match up to what you think reality is. I understand this. I really do. I just think you should look at it for a second and not say that the mathematics don't work out, because I did this off of mathematics. It's not that I'm making up stuff or fudging things to make it work for me. I guess that's about all I can say on that.
Okay, historically, the SS Warramoo is an example of a ship that traveled directly from Vancouver to Sydney that historically targeted the exact location that you're talking about.
Sweet.
In modern traffic, regular trans-Pacific routes traverse this area when going between Oceania points and the western coast of North America. Your claim that 0 degrees north, 180 degrees east-west is not traversed by ocean traffic is simply false. And your assertion that Point Nemo is there is again demonstrably false.
I already said, dude. Wait a minute. Stop. You're not gonna put stuff out there like I said.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
I don't care.
Sir.
I don't care. You're not gonna sit
and
here
I'm
and
not going to stop talking
What the
just
hell,
because
Tony?
you're going to
Let him
interrupt me.
finish. Let him finish.
What is
And
wrong
he's
with
not
you,
going.
Tony?
And
Hold up. Like E1 was talking for a while. Let Tony finish.
Yeah, go ahead. I muted you, Tony, because you can't just keep bloviating on, calling people liars, saying it's false, not letting them respond, when what you could be saying right now is completely false too. You believe your story, right? And you're just going to call people liars. You can't do that, and you can't straw man someone and then just keep bloviating over him. We're not going
All
to
right.
let that happen. Go ahead,
All
E1.
right. Yeah.
No,
I think E1, you're absolutely wrong about what you said. That these ships aren't crossing the equator in the Pacific Ocean. They absolutely are. I'll get like a marine traffic like website, and you could see all of the different routes that they take.
I know, dude. I'm saying if you look at the where, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to argue about this. It's really hard for me to try and argue against something that you guys aren't seeing. You're not seeing what I'm talking about. I know they're crossing the equator in the Pacific Ocean and on both sides. I understand that. But there is a point at where it separates on what I'm depicting on my map where they don't cross. And that's where the four corners have been put together. And you can see it. You can see where the fisheries, where the armadas, where the navigation buoys are actually put that delineate the north from the south as far as what their buoys, what their navigation aids are putting. I understand that you guys have a problem with this, but I don't see how you keep saying that I'm saying that this. I totally got, I guess, exactly where Point Nemo is wrong, but it's right out in that area. It's south of Kiribati or whatever it is, in that area, Point Nemo. That's where I was talking about, the furthest away from any landmass that you can get. It's in that area. I told you the maps, all that kind of stuff, so I'm not going to keep arguing about that. But as far as the whole thing with the crossing the equator, ships, planes, and all that kind of stuff, of course they have to cross the celestial equator. It's at that extremes. If you don't see what I'm saying, that you can go out to 180 degrees and cross over, but you're not going to cross going from, like saying you're coming from Australia and crossing, flying north line. You're not going to cross over and then end up going to Beijing. You're going to have to come all the way back and around. If you're trying to go to, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. If you're flying from Australia to America, you aren't just going to fly north across the left side, or I'm sorry, the right side of the map. You have to go all the way down around, or you have to go all the way up and around on this side of that 180 degrees. I understand that you guys are having a problem with this, and it's you're saying you're interpreting what I'm saying by they aren't crossing the celestial equator, they're not crossing the equator. Of course they are. But if you look at my map, I don't call the equator the entire out edge rim, only where it's in the center of what I'm depicting the geographic location. I don't understand.
That's fine. That's an issue on your part, but
no, that's
regardless of whether regardless of whether you call it the equator or we just skip that and say 1 degree, because you were saying that like that the one that deviates first from the equator is 1 degree, for instance, right?
Well,
so if we just say 1 degree, this you have a ship that's going from let's say the Philippines to the northern part of South America, and it's traveling only a few degrees north. Right? You're saying that like it's somehow going all the way around the flat Earth to get to where it needs to go. It's following the like the latitude all the way around the Earth. But I'm saying no, it's barely traveling. It's only like a few hundred nautical miles. So
hey,
then we have
real quick, this might help. E1, remember when we were looking at the naval? You were showing me the naval tracker of the ships, that armadas of ships that are sitting out there would be on your map, like far west of where the prime meridian is. That you were saying that there's ships here, and you were showing me here's some ships that look like they're sitting right next to these ships, but in reality they're 1,000 miles apart, right? And I was like, oh, that's crazy, because they actually coordinate wise would be that far apart if your map is correct, but then if you were like somebody that was like percentage, or somebody that was saying, look, they're showing that these naval ships are right next to each other and they're on the other side, they're on the crossover of where you're saying the map is stitched together in the back, and so like some of these depictions may not even be correct in the way that they're visualizing it for you, even though the coordinates that they're actually at are on the other side of the Earth.
Well,
isn't that basically what you're saying?
That's what I'm having a problem understanding how to describe this, I think, is because I've heard everybody talk about how they understand that this is a transform of the graticule, as far as they understand this is the same GPS locations, latitude and longitude, and it's just been flattened out, and pretty much what somebody else said was you took the ball, you split it in half, and you put it on a flat plane. Well, if you can't see that's exactly what I'm doing, you would understand that what you're saying is not right of what I'm describing, because if you took the map that you guys are looking, a ball map or the linear map, and you're saying that you can just look on a map, you just have to go from this latitude and longitude. If you took that map, that representation, and then transformed it into what I'm showing you, how would you not explain, or how would you not be able to be understanding or be explained what's happening with the map? The same way that if you take the Gleason map and you wrap it around the ball, you have all the distortion of the Arctic being crushed in and around where Alaska and Russia meet. The same way you would have with the four corners of the Earth, my four corners, my points, the square. If you look at the entire map and put a square around it, and you brought those four corners together, that's where this point would be. And you would have to have that distortion of what I guess I'm not representing very well, but Dave just did, or New Perspective just did, with the showing that.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of visuals, especially with the flight tracking, where it makes it look like you can go straight from Hawaii and it's just a little short trip down to New Zealand, and really you're going across that whole side of the blue side of the ball. So whatever these things, a lot of these things are reifying the globe, which I know you don't believe in percentage, but if you don't think it's a globe, how do you think it works on a flat Earth? Well, then you have to jump to, you think it's actually some kind of wraparound. I don't know if you call it a wraparound, but it's Pac-Manning, right? It actually disappears from reality and reappears in another place in reality. Well, that's a stretch of the imagination for people, a lot more than maybe what he was saying. But I think it's more believable that a lot of these depictions, are not accurate for that blue side of the ball, but they may show it like it's all stitched together and show ships going across those points as if it's a real point to cross, when it's a coordinate system that works on the outer edges, and there are points where those distances are not what they're showing you at all. Rather than having it be like reality all of a sudden allows people to reappear and disappear from one side to the other magically. That's a lot harder for me to think is possible than that they've stitched it together and there's a lot of reifying programs that make it seem like it's a ball, which you already know is true. So it's
I
not
can
like
see
that
why
actually
he
happens
does.
on a ball either.
I can see why he does go with the Pac-Man, though. I understand it. I really do. It makes it gets rid of a lot of the other magical not hula hoops but hurdles you have to jump in order to get the
It fixes your
representation.
broken map.
No, it doesn't fix my map. For whoever is interpreting whatever reality is to them, whether they think it's a ball or anything like that, in order to get it to work with the stars, in order to get it work with the geographic positioning that we use for navigating, I'm not navigating, but plotting the heavens and the sky, I can see why it makes more sense to be a Pac-Man or a conveyor belt like thing that comes around and disappears, comes around. I understand it. I really do. But I don't see it working that way. I see it working as an electromagnetic field riding on a
Hey, I don't know if you have it at hand, E, but you were saying there's anomalies that you can see, right? I don't know if you could like show it right now, like what some of these anomalies that don't seem to add up with claims of going across those areas. But that would help for next time or whenever to put some of those things together where you can show the anomalies that they're not seeing
What are you talking?
more
What
clearly.
anomalies are you talking about? I don't
Well, you're
understand.
saying that you could just go look on ship tracking and there's
Oh, the ships.
like
Yeah,
the,
you
yeah.
can see that yourself. Go to ship tracker. Go to 0 degrees, 100. I think it's since it's off of 180, it would be 157 to 160, whatever it is. It's 33 degrees off of 180, exactly where the point splits. But you can see that they have an armada out there, and it's about. It can be anywhere from positive 4 degrees north to negative 6 degrees south, depending on what circuit the sun is in. If it's the winter or the summer, they follow the armada follows it, or the buoy system that they're using follows it. And these fucking systems that they have sitting out there, armadas, are anywhere from tugs to cargo ships. They've got pleasure craft. They got cruise ships. They've got uh, tankers. I mean, not one or two tankers. We're talking 10, 12 tankers that are constantly coming out to this place. And there's about, I mean, I don't want to exaggerate, but there's about 200 fucking ships. And they're not all just regular merchant maritime ships. They have army. They have, or I shouldn't say army. They have naval. They have aircraft carriers. They've got all kinds of things out there. And then throughout these ships that are along that line that they move up and down along the celestial equator above or below, they have 24 and 20 to 27. It changes depending on the time of the year that I've looked at it. Navigation aids that are directly, I believe it's 1 arc degree or 10 arc degrees. I can't remember exactly what it is, but these navigation aids are inside the armada, and they're lines of ships, hundreds of these ships, and then the navigation aids are dispersed specifically in grids throughout that armada.
And they
So
would
it
be
looks
sitting on either side for your map, right? So if it was really in the middle of the blue side of the ball where all these ships are sitting right next to each other rather than on the east or the west of your map, if all those ships are just sitting there year round, that's not really a place where freight ships are shipping goods across the international date line.
they
The
shouldn't be.
way that percentage was talking about, right? They're not
Well,
just
no,
traveling
no,
right through the
that's not
where those
true.
armadas of
That's not
ships
true
are, right?
because there is I mean, we can get into weird things and all that kind of stuff, but there are definitely governments working in together to do things that are either nefarious that are good for them or nefarious that are good for the world that they want to not keep secret from us. We know that there's islands out there, whether anybody believes it or not, that the governments, not just one, but many governments are using. So they could have something out there like that they would have to be able to send fuel, food, personnel, all that kind of stuff to. But there is nothing on the map out there. there is so much ocean between it and any other landmass that these places, like you said, they wouldn't have a reason to send this much fuel, this many pleasure crafts, this many tugboats, this many armadas of military aircraft, or I'm sorry, military ships with the ability to have the aircraft getting there. It just wouldn't, in my mind, there wouldn't be that there unless it was for a reason. And I mean,
Yeah, and we talked about even like if well on your map it would be that the half of those Armada ships are sitting west of west and the other half are east of east, like they're guarding the perimeter. Even though there might be some depictions that you could look up on Google, and it
kind
makes
of,
it look like those ships are right next to each other, even though
yeah.
they're not. So this is what's going on with some of the secrecy. But we talked
And this
about
really,
percentage that maybe there's some outer ponder trading going on, and that's why or maybe guarding the waterways that lead on from there, because the waterways could go up a lot further.
well, and this, a lot of this, as far as me checking into the whole, I mean, I didn't even care about the ships and all that kind of stuff. I did care about the flight patterns and the ship patterns, but I wasn't caring about those things I was seeing out there until, I'm not sure if it was Jibby or if it was Snack, or I can't remember who it was, but somebody brought up a old map that looked like a flat Earth map that was in Greek. And I deciphered it. I went through and
It was me.
It was you?
No, well, it was
Yeah,
Jibby.
I'm the one that showed it to you, but it was from well, it could have been a conversation Jibby was
It
in,
was
but it was from
above top
Jasla
secret.
111. Jasla
No,
111 was the website.
no,
At least that's
no,
what I thought it
Jibby.
was.
Yeah, no, Jibby was familiar with that from seeing it in forums from above top secret, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another one that's different. You're right, from Jasla. He shows a depiction of a similar thing. But yeah, that's where you started looking at you translated the whole thing from Greek,
So I
right?
translated it and it showed exactly, I mean, it didn't show the star patterns and all that. It shows the movement of planets and showed the movement of whatever they were depicting was these entities that were controlling the Dracoons, and it talked about Draconians and the uh, something Greek. I'm trying to pull it up right now. I'm getting the thing out right now.
It had a really interesting
The
description of
group
the
of Greek
firmament.
replacements. It talks about the group of Greek replacements, and all of this, everything that I started finding, had to do with NASA, had to do with space agencies all over the world. And there's names in this thing. There's names of the people. The rector of the group replacements was a doctor something. I don't have that sitting right here in front of me, but it started talking about it started talking about at these places that I was depicting of the celestial equator. At these points were the entrances or the exits. From on the east side, it was where things were coming in, and on the west side is where things were going out, and it showed a portal and it called it the exits. And it just talked about things like this. It said, what's surrounding the world that you see, and this is from the group of Greek replacements. It said, it's a wonderful land, a spherical cloak, stereoscopic, composed of a residual, invisible, transparent solid surrounding the sun, enclosing our solar system, or our system. Dimensional system is what it talks about. So it really was describing what I was depicting, or what a lot of people were trying to depict of as being, whether it be a flat Earth with a dome, whether it be a concave Earth, because some people were saying it was concaved. But when it really started talking about what was going on, it talked about that these entities were coming into the magnetic field or into the dome, doing whatever they were trying to control, talk to the leaders of the world that we have, and then they were bringing hazardous material into our area of the magnetic field or our solar system. And then there was a group that came in and cleaned everything out, whether it be wars, whether it be us thinking that we're going into space. But the whole thing of this was it started talking about NASA, the Colombian spaceship exploding that they was taken out with Caesar weapons and all this kind of stuff. And when I got away from the whole idea of it being an actual story and that this is flat Earth or that this is a concave Earth or this map is even showing me anything, and just went with the basic story of what it's talking about. Two factions fighting over the skies, of the control of the skies, controlling the narrative of us, of the beings. Not so it doesn't talk about people. It just talks about these beings, these the leaders, the group replacements, and the draconians. It shows that at the exact places where I was talking, that there would be the meeting of the celestial equator and where it would split, there were exits. And when I started looking into it, our governments are there. And that's when I went, wow, that maybe this really does purport up to, as far as the ships being in that area with the navigational aids at those exact locations, guarding those areas, like New Perspectives was saying, maybe an out, maybe an in, maybe they're doing trading, maybe whatever. But it explained a lot of the problem I had with what I was seeing on the ship tracking, what I was seeing on the star charts, as far as at the anomalous areas where our government seems to be. That's all it is.
Outer powder trading posts for that. Maybe that explains all the human trafficking. Who knows?
It could also explain a lot to do with NASA. So everybody believes that NASA isn't going anywhere. Everybody believes there's no, or I shouldn't say everybody. A lot of people that believe in flat Earth don't believe there's satellites. They don't believe NASA's sending anybody anywhere or anything anywhere. Well, if you watch every one of their launches from 1960s to now, they launch at the celestial equator, at Orion's belt, or that area of the sky. No matter where they launch on the plane of existence, they always launch everything at that east and west direction, at that area, the celestial equator, 0 latitude. And if it's true, and the way that they're doing it, maybe that's where they're sending shit. To these portals or these areas of whether it be in the sky, whether it be along the ocean, whatever it is,
The real spaceports, not these
could
NASA
be.
spaceports, but the real deal.
It could be something like, I don't know. I just know it has to do with
outer ponder areas, right? Like trying to get to the outer ponds.
Yeah, like
I
a
don't
economic
know.
free trade zone, sort of outer ponder, sort of. Yeah,
I think it's more entities than it would be free trade. But yeah,
I think
exactly.
the outer ponders would be in a republic of some sort, a federated republic. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, no, I would think that if anything that we are dealing with an outer ponder or an alien race or anything like that, it's not that they are going to be, their structure of their civilization or their laws or the way that everything is done.
Yeah,
we mirror them, not that. I believe that we would have had learned from them from the beginning, so we would definitely do the same thing.
Yeah, I think we early back, because this is like a decade ago or something like that. Yeah, we're like, I'm more for an idea of our Earth that can be like iterated many times, like, or as it were, tiled over top of a topography. So like polar patterns. Maybe it's just like a tiling that occurs due to spatial constraints. It just occurs, like a pole happens. So have you thought about that, or like trying to stack out your model, basically, where the like if you create an like a tiling of your Earth?
I've done it not up and down, not stacked on top.
Oh no, I just mean like on
a
a planar
with
propagation, like if you tiled the floor with that model.
So if you look at what they call the seed of life or the egg of life, I mean, there's many different Eastern cultures that call it different things, but the circles that are inside of the Metatron's cube. So that's what I did. I just replicated out what I'm depicting, the Physica Pisces or Psyga Pisces, the circle with the two circles that meet up that make a triangle in the
Physica Pisces.
Yeah.
Physica Pisces, that's it. So you just take that and you multiply that out six times or 5 other times to make the snowflake or the seed of life. That's what I've done to make it to where it matches up into the whole, the one leg of the whole of the sacred geometry.
Okay.
I haven't
I
done
just
it like
also like I guess the magnetic, I guess north to south. I guess your model would be very consistent if you just had like a necklace version, like a linear infinite plane or something like that. But when we start to like do neighboring like left to right versions of this, like it would have to be, I guess, offset like a zipper or something like that, or in effect there must be like a larger, more macro idea of how the poles would interact on a if you were to expand this to infinite Earth, I
yes.
guess,
That's
concepts.
the problem I have exactly because it would be snow. I know it.
You would need
If
like a null like third pole type to like a bridge between, like, it's like trying to tile a soccer ball. You kind of can't do it with all hexagon. You know what I mean? Whatever. It's, you know what I'm saying.
well, it becomes a false pole. So it's so like everybody asks me, or I shouldn't say everybody, the people that I've talked to in like the well, when I was
Or you'd
talking
have
to
to have like just big like dead zones. Maybe you could say like that. Like,
okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess you could say it's that whenever you're looking as far as the way I'm tiling it, instead of just putting it together side by side or top to bottom, you know, it's in a geometric shape in a snowflake. So you have a six-sided geometric shape that's all made of the circles, the two circles that are top and bottom, north and south, and they alternate, connect, touching in the center. And then when you put them all together, they create a cube. So I
okay.
know what you're saying, but I haven't done it like what you're talking about as far as stacking them up on top of each other. I'm not sure how that would work as far as yet.
I didn't really mean like stacking them up on in a z axis, but I just mean like yeah, like how it might work as like a nested object in a larger like fractal tiling or something.
But think how scary that would be.
Because like also your figure eight sort of fractalizes the concept of the analemma that we somewhat do perceive anyway. So I think that that's an interesting, like if where things are yeah, sun or moon, right, we're getting these like analemmas out of there. So it'd be interesting if like the entire orbital pattern actually was sort of like a figure eight analemma, in the same situation.
Well, it's funny you
And
say that.
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, it's like a
Well,
whole different concept of how we think of orbit. It's and then I was also looking at like cardioid figure eight patterns, like for microphones and stuff like that.
Well, I thought it was funny that you said that about the whole being that cycle, that figure eight cycle, because if you look at the data, or if you go out and look at the stars and the planets yourself, you can see that there is an analemic cycle to Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. I'm not sure about Pluto, and I'm really not sure about Uranus, but I just assume those ones do. But Mercury and Venus do not. You do not get an analemma out of those, but the sun, the moon, and all the rest of the plane of existence
Okay.
that you do. And the reason I believe it is because Mercury and Venus are actually orbiting the sun. They're not held within their circuit just like all the other objects. So as far as you talking about the whole itself being on this circle, this whole thing, most of it is, but the objects that we see within it, to me, you can see the difference between what it is and what it's associated with, as opposed to if it's going to have that analemic cycle or not. Because I was looking for that with Venus, and I don't see Mercury, but I was trying to catch the Venus analemma, and there isn't one.
Well,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, I don't want to take it too far afield. Yeah, interesting.
What? Oh, go ahead. What were you going to say? You can
Well,
take it far.
I mean, yeah, well, I'm not sure what the heck planets are, so like I'm not sure like how to. But I do think that they will say like they comport with like warm and cool colors only, and that this is some kind of material giveaway in this for me. I'm not sure like what it is that we're seeing. Like when we're able to sight a planet, like what is it we're actually looking at?
I can't be for sure,
I'm not
but
sure.
I mean, I believe they are the actual wandering stars, the movable lights that you can see. I believe they're objects. I mean,
Like if I guess like if the sun was a proximal body, right? It's like much closer. Or I don't know whatever distances we're trying to set, but it's much closer than 93 million miles. I guess in this model,
yeah, way closer to 93
like
million miles.
way closer. So if it's such a bright light source, like could it not like kick a reflection off of a corner of a dome or something like that, or I don't know what, like in essence, like some of these things that we think are, well, maybe like Mercury and Venus are like reflective points, like it's somebody else's sunset you're seeing, maybe as it moves. I don't know,
Well,
like
as far
the
as the
reflection of
reflection,
sorry.
as far as the reflection, I believe there is a reflection, and we all see it. So, if you think of it as being a dome, you can think of it as a crystalline structure, or water, or let's say it's even a magnetic field that's giving us the reflective back of the light. So, when you see a rainbow, you see it exactly the same distance. It's 1/3 the distance to the second rainbow from the first rainbow as it is from the observer viewpoint to the first rainbow. So if you go out and look at a rainbow, it's a certain distance from the ground. You know that, and its spectrum color split is in a certain way, purple, blue, whatever, all the way down to orange and yellow. Well, if you look at the second rainbow, it's 1/3 the distance from that first rainbow to the second as it is from the bottom of the ground to the first rainbow, and it's split exactly. The spectrum of it is backwards, and it's 1/2 the strength, as far as 50% strength. And I agree. I am under the impression that it's this. The light, the ambient light, the incandescent light that's coming off the sun is bouncing off of the dome, the whatever you want to call it, the magnetic field, the ocean, the water, the crystalline structure, off the initial part of the dome that you see. And whatever we're talking about is not just reflective, not just a piece of glass, but it's you can the light can go into it, so it refracts.
But
So
it's shown
as
like, I'm
go ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I'm
Completely.
just saying. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, Snack.
What? No, yeah, no, I just mean like it's a polar pattern. Like the rainbow itself is a polar pattern. It's polarized, and yeah, you can take it away with a polarizer.
Right, but you're getting. Well, I guess yeah, that's true. No, I was saying you're getting both the spectrum split and a refraction. You're getting both of them at the same time. So you got to have two refractors. You can't just have a piece of glass or a mirror. There has to be a mirror with a piece of glass on top of it in order to have correction and refraction and reflection.
Well, like the light that like the blue light of the sky is effectively mostly polarized light.
Okay.
So I don't know what that really means, honestly. But it's it means for certain things, like if you have a polarizer, you can like dim the sky down. The circular polarizer, you just like you're basically just changing the beam angle of what that that is, and then that can take it down. And so you can take away rainbows and other things. So it's an interesting revealer of what is other things that are polarized.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, of course. Wow, I never even I didn't think about it like that. But I mean, if you're changing the light spectrum, you're gonna get rid of the split that you just did anyway. So yeah, I can see it like that.
It's just a weird thing that I didn't really know. That I thought that it was just like a uniform light source, but no, it's like particularly that because of the blueness, it like polarizes that light. So, I don't know. It's kind of
Well, and
Another problem with that we have, at least I have anyway, when I start looking at everything as far as light and spectrums and the splits of everything, is that we have a direct light, an actual, I'm not sure the word exactly what it is, but then you have an ambient light. So you have a UV or infrared type, and it's UV is what you're getting. And then you're getting incandescent, and I know that's not the probably correct terminology, but direct sunlight from the heat. You feel the heat of it. You feel the ions hitting you. You can see the orangeness of light. But we also get that UV light that's coming off of the atmosphere or the excitement of everything, all the gases, and that's where I have a problem because I'm not sure if that goes along with polarization or not. I haven't looked into that. So that might be where that polarization comes from, because you're saying the blue light, right? The ambient light in the sky that changes all the color spectrums or the polarization.
Yeah, I mean, it's like tough to know if like it's like this. Well, the sun's not polar. I should be able to take the whole sun away with a cross polarizer, but I can't. Or it's there's not one that's made strong enough to override it. But I'm wondering which is a chicken or the egg. Which is it? The blue that's polarizing the light, like the internal reflection. I don't know, whatever waveguide that's creating, that's making that happen, or maybe it's just like all. I don't know what it could be, man. But yeah.
I think it's the frequency, but I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just think the polarization just removes that frequency or stops that frequency from coming through the filter. So
Yeah.
or that whatever you want to call it, frequency, spectrum, but it's all light frequency is how I look at it. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. I think they split up light and frequency. That's all extra. Yeah, it's all frequency. Yeah, just like the radio waves and everything. You got gamma, X-ray, alpha, all that kind of stuff. It's
Well,
all
like
frequency.
there's like a polarizer film like in front of the LCD that allows it to so you can see it. And if you were to take like a polarized another piece of LCD film, which is just polarizing film, and if you turn it at a 45-degree angle, it'll like effectively neutralize the TV. You won't be able to see. It'll just look black to you.
Black out. Yeah, there's guys that do that on their. I've seen guys do that on their bid to be the best video game
Right.
player at the thing or whatever. They cover their entire screens with it, so they can only see at this exact angle.
Right. And that for
That's
sure
funny
like
too.
makes me think of like the ecliptic like action like of when the sun's eclipsed by the moon, like it wipes it out. Like it's like completely obscures it. Whereas you would think that like light has a tendency like, and that much light, that must be like way more joules per I mean they're getting blasted. They have no atmosphere to change, to alter anything. It would have to wrap around the whole moon. Like I don't even think that there would be like you would see the whole moon like show up or something like that. It would seem like that would be a thing, especially something
Yes,
so reflective. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess that's possible for it. I have a hard time seeing the light wrapping around the moon to show the moon, but I see what you're saying because there would be so much light, it would almost glow. The ambient light would glow the front side of the moon, so you would see it. Is that what you're saying?
Like a
Or are you
little
saying
bit
no?
more than like not at all. Like
Yeah,
all people like might see some side boob of a crater or something like that, or maybe they see a pixel stuck or what. I don't know what is happening, you know. So sometimes people will claim that, but it's few and far between, and there's no gross effect that has occurred from it. And yeah, I would just think with something such a high reflectivity index, it should at least not be totally black.
yeah. It's the same as saying, so if somebody was sitting behind somebody with a big, powerful light, you should be able, and you don't see their face, but and you wouldn't expect to see their face, but if you had the sun behind them, you would expect to see their face a little bit, even though there would be a shadow.
It's
You would,
completely, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's the
I understand
dynamic
what you're
range
saying.
like that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I'm stupid. I mean, it will blast it out to where you're like, oh, I can't see anything. But like as far as like even the most sensitive cameras people have been pulling out, like the whatever P900s and stuff, like they're not showing they're not able Yeah, nothing. It just seems more like it's a polarization effect than anything to me. So take that for what it is.
No, I could see that. I could see why you would say that. I don't know how to describe that as far as I haven't really looked into why light doesn't work exactly like what we would think from the sun as opposed to all the other direct sources that we can use here on the earth. So I would just be spitballing pretty much.
Hey, E1, what's your take on eclipses, my friend? I don't know if you've covered this. Do you have any take on what the lunar and solar eclipses are?
As far as what do you mean? I don't understand what they are. I mean, they happen the same way as far as the analemic cycle is involved in it, so that where the sun goes through its full cycle for north and south in 1 year. The moon does it 12 times in a year, and when they cross, you can see that they're running through the toroidal field. As far as this is the way I depict it, they both run through the same toroidal field in the same area, but they're not in the same how can I put it? They aren't the same weight, or they're not the same charge. They are the same size, I believe, but as they go through, only these certain times when the sun is at the top of the toroidal field and the moon is at the bottom of that toroidal field, and they cross. It doesn't mean that they have to be in the donut or anything like that, but if like the sun's coming over and crossing over to, let's say, north to south, and the moon is coming up and crossing from north to south, but it's on a different cycle as far as it's lower or higher, however you want to look at it, that's where I think the two, or I'm sorry, that's where I think that you have the eclipses is mathematically as I shouldn't say mathematically anymore because apparently people don't like that. Cyclically, you're going to have those anomalies or those modulations when the sun and the moon cross. If one does it in a year, or one does it once a year, one does it 12 times a year, you're going to have that when they cross, and they won't cross exactly at the same time, but when they do, that's when you have total eclipses, lunar eclipses or solar eclipses, whichever way.
So that makes sense to me for the solar eclipse. What do you think is causing the shadow on the lunar eclipse? Do you have a take on that?
As far as what do you mean the shadow on the lunar eclipse?
Well, on the lunar eclipse, the globe argument is that it's the Earth's shadow. So what, in your mind, what it wouldn't be the Earth's shadow, would it? So what would it be, sort of, in your mind?
So the solar eclipse would happen only, in my mind, I know this isn't going to be for everybody, but only in my mind, when the sun is at the exact 180 degree in the magnetic field of the moon. So if the sun travels, let's say that the moon's right over Africa, and we're going to get a lunar eclipse. Would it be a solar? No, lunar eclipse. We get a lunar eclipse in Africa right over the center, right? The sun, for me, would have to be on the very back side, or where everybody was saying where my finger was, on south of south at that point. And it's not an object that's doing it. It's the magnetic field lines showing that shadow. I don't know how to put. It's not a shadow. The unexcitement or the enlightenment of the moon, I guess is how. I guess it would be what you would consider the center of the toroidal field is what's blocking the light as the sun goes around the center of that toroidal field. The moon would be on the other side of that toroidal field, and that's what's blocking it, is the center of that toroidal field, because there's no magnetic field going through the center. It has to go around it, and that's what I think's causing that. I hope I explained that okay. I'm not sure if I did.
Yeah, that was super interesting, dude. Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Okay.
Obviously,
cool.
I know you can only speculate, but yeah, that was interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not, and like I say, I'm not a genius. I don't purport to be, and I don't purport to know everything. These are just what I've surmised from before, from coming up with this.
Ozyluminous.
Somebody said something. I didn't hear what they said. What'd you say?
I said quasi-luminous. Remember him?
No, I don't. No, I think the biggest connection for me anymore has nothing to do with flat Earth or has anything to do with the movement of, I mean, it does have to do with the movement of the sun and the stars and planets and all that. But I think the major thing that I'm getting from all of this, and I'm going to, is the connection between whether you want to call it the spiritual, the esoteric, or the energy, the Gaia of this world, and how you can mix, or I shouldn't say how you can. When I feel like I will be able to mix the teachings of the Western culture, of not so much religion, but all of the mechanics of the world and how things work with science, and then mix it with the Eastern culture as far as the esoteric, the spiritual part. I think that's what this is going to do. I know it might sound way fairy tale or far-fetched that could even be done, but that's what I think. Connecting the electromagnetic field on top of a magnetic field, describing how everything works, I think that's going to explain to me, maybe to you, why we're here, and what we are, and as far as what our purpose is. But that might be thinking too far ahead. I don't know.
What do you think of? Is it Tycho Brahe? His geocentric model, where he kind of sets up something similar to the flower of life. Do you have any comments on his model?
I haven't seen that.
Oh, okay. Might be worth checking out. Yeah, he had the celestial bodies, the planets, following a pattern very similar to the flower of life. So it makes like a beautiful, from a top-down view, it makes like a beautiful geometric sort of flower pattern, all the planets.
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought it was beautiful, and yeah, apparently there's an equivalence in the sky, and it can still work. But yeah.
Can you give me the name again?
I think it's called the Tycho Brahe. Yeah, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. Oh, somebody's posted it in the side chat. Tycho Brahe.
Tycho Brahe, I got it.
Yeah, he had a geocentric model, and his depiction of the planets was very similar to the flower of life from a top-down perspective.
I'm trying to find the model. I'm not finding the model, though. That's weird. Oh, you said somebody posted it, though, right? Or they just post the name?
No, they just posted the name. Let me see if I can find it for you.
And is it an Earth model or a sky model, or what is it? What is it they saying it is?
Sky model of the geocentric planets.
Yeah, I think his work was pretty much like, he's still dealing with like epicycle and what's the other part? Deferent.
It's known
Yes.
as the Tychonic system or something.
Tycho Brahe solar system is what I'm finding. Does that sound right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm seeing it. Yeah, for sure. And you know what's funny is I've never heard of this or anything, but I can show you a page in one of my books from 2012 that show and depict the stars just like this, except they're split between the north and the south orbit.
Roots Tycho was a geocentrist, just to be clear. He was a geocentrist and he didn't believe in, it's been discussed, a flat plane or anything as such. His idea was basically we are the center. Everything goes around us. There's nothing to do with the flat plane.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Just saying. Yeah.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
But I find it fascinating how there seems to be some sort of fingerprint pattern going on at all levels. I'm not sure what your discussion was with Snacks previously on the Fibonacci sequence, but I just get this feeling that the sky is making these similar patterns.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. No, I think when me and Snack were talking before, I wasn't anywhere along even figuring out the stars at that point. This was years ago, 10 years ago, somewhere around 8 years ago at least. And
Yeah.
so when we got into this, it was just a matter of he brought up the Fibonacci sequence, and I was talking about just starting to get into the whole geometric or sacred geometry and how that would associate it. And I kept asking him, where do you see it? Where do you see this Fibonacci sequence?
Well,
And
you
he
don't.
told.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There.
Go ahead.
It's like the thing I was pulling from was a paper somebody else had written. So it wasn't really my observations on it. Although I do Fibonacci, in my own. But this was to do with the fact that like the phi ratio as multiplied basically gives you like the orbits, not the orbits, the year of in days. Like the orbit of Mercury 88 days or 264 or something like that for Venus, and what our 365 would be, and then it would post what Mars would be, and then I think the asteroid belt gets its own, but these all apparently follow the periodicity in phi. So I was just, and then it became just I was trying to get. I was just trying to get to be like, oh, that's easy to understand, but like, oh, that's got to do with like the energy of what this phi stuff is that's going on. I guess that's that's where I was trying to
And I
get
was
to.
hard headed at the time.
Yeah,
And
we
that's
just
what the
had a
problem was.
miscommunication there.
Oh, it was more miscommunication. At that point, I know I was hot headed. So I mean, I understand because I think I got a little bit angry, didn't I? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic. I don't know.
Yeah, it was weird.
That was
That's what I'm
that was,
saying. It was,
kind of
and all I needed to do was understand that you were talking about of the whole and not exactly the situation we were talking about, and I should have got it. I should have. And I'm sorry, Snack. I apologize.
oh yeah, no, I think at some point in the pre-lockdown phase, I think our crew went through like a shock syndrome of some sort, and it's just I think there was just some strays. Maybe maybe you caught some strays from me, or vice versa, or other people, and it's just yeah.
Yep. I know.
I don't know, man. There's no textbook of like how to manage this internet shit.
No, and especially when the powers that be are actually pushing this technology for us to fight each other. Or I shouldn't say fight each other, but be at ends with each other, no matter what. I mean, you can see it. So yeah, it's going to be hard to navigate all this shit, technology, and then the propaganda that's pushed at us from whatever AI system or whatever algorithm wants us to know what.
The maps that the YouTube doesn't want you to know about.
I don't even think they even can care about that shit anymore. They're on to bigger and better things now. I mean, I know that they're not going to come out and tell us that the Earth is flat and that this is the way it works and this is where we're sending NASA and this is how we're doing this. I know they're not going to do that, but I think that the system, as far as the whether you want to call it the economic, the monetary, the rulers that be that hegemony is at its point of change, and when that happens, that's when, as far as when civilizations fall, when Rome fell, when Egypt fell, all those times, that's when people were able to gather the true information because the lies couldn't be told. They couldn't be paid to be for the truth to be suppressed. So I think right now is when we're going to be able to start figuring things out, because I think that the system is crashing now. I think that America is not going to be the hegemony. We aren't going to be the standard drawing rights reserve anymore. We are going to go to war, no matter which war we have to go to. We're going to start a war to be able to.
About 12 hours.
Well, I just mean so we can blanket the money that we've swindled away. We can blanket, secret the nefarious things that our government has done and governments have done around the world for decades. I mean, it's not $37 trillion that the United States owes. It's hundreds of trillions of dollars, and there is no paying this back. There is none of that, and that's what I think these cycles match up exactly with the cycles that we see in the sky. Match up I shouldn't say match up, but they happen. You're going to have a cycle of growing, prosperous, and then the fall of every civilization, of every hegemony, of every ruler, of every ideal system because of corruption. Nobody can be honest. Nobody can ever be fair, and every system that we've ever built is bound by the system itself to be corrupt. Sorry, I went on a little tirade there. Anybody else feel like cheeseburger at McDonald's is going to be $15 tomorrow?
Hey, outside of the grid lines of the map that you have, like how far away could stuff be and still be like habitable? From
8,600 miles.
Like, I mean, for this, but like nice though, like not like
4,935 miles approximately, because that's how far it is. However, whatever the distance is from the equator to the North Pole is approximately how you're going to have your habitable area. So I think that's that's 6,000. What is it? I'm fucking have to.
Yeah, because Hawaii's still pretty nice, right? So
yeah, for sure. And then who knows? Who knows is like what you're talking about outside of that area. Is there another magnetic field with the sun going around its figure eight? Opposing. When we're in the north, it's in the south.
Like some kind of.
Yeah, I don't know yet. I really think there must be for it to all be synergy or all be held within the geometric shapes that we see everything works within, whether it be an atom or anything.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it's just like I think of a dome. I think of bubble wrap, and I don't necessarily think that we have like a dome or whatever. But like when I just like tilings of bubble wrap, or just like nodes on a surface, just like that. Because there's capacitance, like, and magnetism, that it just would be that. I don't know. Possibly a node can just arise out of having that. Like it developed that. I don't know.
I see what you're saying, though. That's kind of how I think I pictured it at first too, with the domes or with the bubble wrap, like what you're saying. Wherever the figure eights or the circles, like what you're thinking, wherever the plane of existence is, with inside the grid is a bubble over the top of it. I'm not sure I think of it like that anymore, but I mean it's the same principle. Now I think of it as a part of the snowflake, a part of the snowflake bubble. So it's still a dome, but it's not just a dome. I understand what you're saying, though. Yeah,
I just feel like if it works out pretty nice, like we got life, you know what I mean? All that stuff. Like if it works out one place, maybe it could work out another place. And then it's counter to the narrative that there is no other habitable area that we can go to. So I think it tickles my conspiracy fancy, I guess.
You know what the Vonyuk manuscript is?
I've done some watching about it. Yeah. Okay,
so I printed this thing out. It was so weird, and I didn't know what the connection was. They say it's pretty much a book about. Oh, I'm hearing myself talk. That was weird. But you're looking at a book that has plant life, star constellations, all different types of things on the women having birth or women's cycles as far as periods and having children and stuff. But the main point was this: they show a bunch of star constellations and depicted exactly how the Starfinder that I found does, a circle and all that kind of stuff with each one of the stars, but they're not the same stars that we have in our plane of existence or our world, however you want to say it. The same with the plants. There is an entire manuscript, an entire botanical fucking dictionary of the plants that this person, whoever it was, that was describing, and not one of them is in our world. So if that's true, what you're talking about, that's where I think the Vonyuk manuscript came from. That's where the stories from, things that we can't evidentially prove or we can't show in this plane of existence, but we have things that describe things that are. You would almost have to come up with an entire world story to come up with the type of plants that are in here, the stars, all that kind of stuff, and then to write it out in 350 pages.
Right.
So
you're somebody who's like spent a not insignificant amount of time developing your own work, right? You could it would take a person 30 or more years possibly to develop out like what the Voynich manuscript has in it.
Right, and then the big part of it is that it's in a language that nobody's ever deciphered.
I've seen some. There is. How recently have you looked into it?
I've looked into it all the time. I have it. I printed it out so I can try and decipher it.
Okay.
They have AI that says that they tried to, that they came close, but they don't. The problem is the doubling of the beginning characters that they have in all of the words. There's a doubling. It looks like an L and a T, and then it looks like a T and a T, and then nothing purports as far as even the AI can't use a deciphering code or a linguistics basis to transfer it into anything that we would understand as being either a language or they don't even call it a language. What do they call it? You couldn't translate it into any known language. As far as nobody would be able to understand what it was, even when the AI translated it. It's fucked. It's insane. Why did you hear somebody translate it?
No, I mean I thought I heard some like better decodes of things going on with it, but maybe not.
I might have to look into it closer too. I'm looking at it right now, and it's amazing. It's got fold outs that are 6 times the size of the book as far as the way that it's all crafted together and everything. Oh, it's fucking amazing, dude. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean sometimes people like are I don't know. There's certainly some sometimes they'll uncover like the works of someone, and it's like wow they were just do a run of the mill guy doing a job for 40 years as a postman. Didn't realize like this guy had like 100,000 page book that he was making. So
and then you got the ones that are lying. There's all kinds of fakes out there as far as that mean nothing. They were just trying to make something that looked important.
But like the consistency throughout all of it, like in terms of the way it's drawn and script, you know what I mean? There is consistency there. It would suggest that there's like a lot more time that would be needed to like concoct all of the tales about it, or that it was all basically written or notated at the same time. It seems like that.
Well, embellished, yeah. It's illuminated and embellished with the seems to be in a story format as far as you would think that if they were writing all this down and they had to just make up all this kind of stuff, it would still take for ages to make up all this stuff. But then they have all the pictures of the women in the green goo, the star patterns, the star constellations, the plants, the fucking literally laying out the plants, separating it like you would for science class, to where you would see the stems, the pacilla or whatever it is, it literally labels out all the parts of each one of the plants and stuff like that.
Right.
That's what's amazing.
Yeah, and I think they've tried to like narrow down like where some of the types of those buildings that are depicted somewhere like was it like Italy or Turkey, somewhere around there? Like trying to compare architectural details and like I guess
I didn't see any buildings. None.
there
Not one.
there are a couple like castle like facades that are there, and somewhere
Oh,
like
the top stations. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I see. I know what you're talking about, but that's not. I don't see
so it's
buildings.
like I don't know, it's some kind of like a cowled
Do you know what page?
no, I have no idea.
Okay, sorry.
Uh,
I'm looking. I see the tops of the Geishins where the tubes and everything of the green goo to the ladies and everything. The tubes of all bringing the green goo and stuff, but they're just tops of these tubes. I don't see any buildings yet. Anyway, I didn't know that. I didn't know that they did anything like that.
I don't know. A lot of people are trying to figure it out. It's a puzzle.
I tried for a while, and I thought I did really good with that fucking Greek map to be able to translate all that shit. And I thought, oh, it's going to be so easy to mess with the Von Nuke manuscript now that I know how to do that. And it wasn't. It didn't help me at all.
Well, there's nobody that knows how to translate it, right? I mean, nobody's figured out the language yet.
No, not that I know of.
Yeah, yeah. You would have to take each common letter and then figure out, why they're next to the whatever letter, if there's a vowel or a consonant, and all those kind of things. I mean, you'd have
Have
to,
they?
Rosetta Stone it somehow.
What if it's like mirrored? Have they tried a mirror reflection of it?
I tried that. I certainly did try that.
Hmm.
And then I thought,
So, who are the outer ponders we need to find to figure out the language? Is the question, probably.
I think they're the ones that we call the men of renown, or the men of people from the sky, or the people from the sea. Every time that you see a mythological being or a god or a leader that was 13 feet tall, those are our outer ponders. That's what I believe.
Like there should be other evidences from a similar. Like it's just strange. Well, I mean, we only have one Antikythera mechanism, so like I'm not going to split hairs here, but just it would be. There should be other connected materials to like if there were people going in and out, and if there was some other kind of whole area with like green goo women and crazy vegetations,
Yeah, you're right. There should be a lot of fucking evidence. Especially if there's green gooed women with fucking tubes and different plants. Jesus
I'm
Christ.
saying like, yeah. Is that like, or is it possible like this person is on like a lot of drugs possibly, and then they're like imagining the inside of the plant or something, like that these women are the spirit of the plant, like moving the moisture or something like that, like to these pool. Like I have no idea, like because it's all just in the gibberish cat scratch. Right
Well, no,
now.
it looks, if you follow the pictures of it, and this is just my interpretation, but if you follow the pictures of it, the way it's laid out, it looks like it's a medicinal, like almost like a medicinal book that helps women that are having pregnancy or are going to get pregnant. And they look at the stars. All the depictions of the stars are all not men or constellations; they're women. It's one of 12 women sitting there, and they show the birth, of the babies, and they show, I shouldn't say they show the birth, but they show the baby coming down through the tube, this green goo that they've made from the plants. I think I'm just going by what I see, but it looks to be like it's a manual for women or for whatever these fat globulous things that look like humans are in this green goo. It looks like it's for birthing their young and what plants to get. I could be wrong, but that's what it looks like to me.
Maybe it's like helping people that are on acid and having babies at the same time. I don't know.
Or DMT or whatever. It could be somebody just taking some fucking ayahuasca and decided he had a trip and this is what it was.
Or yeah, or it's like he's a brilliant, mad genius that is on the drugs as well, and he's made up this whole world in his head with the whole language and everything. Nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
social
as far as
engineering isn't happening here.
This is like the perfect guy. You would be right. You would make a fake Voynich manuscript, right, Zynet?
Me?
Like,
Oh,
yeah, like
Zynet.
you would be like, I concocted the entire thing. The all the, you know you that would interest you possibly, like as a you have determination in you. It takes a lot of determination to pen a book like this, a collection of these things. I think it's a unique work for sure, fiction or real.
Yeah.
There's that guy Electric Gnosis who just recently did a whole video on the Vanya's manuscript. If anyone's interested, I'll put it in the chat.
I want to read the Zynek manuscript.
And you know what I think actually has happened throughout time, many times over. We've lost. If you just think about it, put just the Vonyuk manuscript or whatever. These things are very obscure. There's not very many of them. They didn't replicate them or anything like that. And how many of them that we don't have? Not to say the Vonyuk manuscript, but things that would describe what people were thinking was happening, what people were seeing, what they were recording down from eons past. Because I'm starting to understand that the history that we've been told is not even close to true. And that there was a point where in our history, they just went through everywhere they could. The libraries of Alexandria, they went through, whether you believe in Tartaria or whatever, they destroyed everything they possibly could of the losers of every war. So I think we've lost so much information that we would all be awestruck or not being able to understand what their concept even is of what they're writing down.
Yeah, so there could have been many different books like the Vanya's manuscript with the same language and that's the one that didn't get destroyed or something like that, maybe.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm getting at. A very much easier way to say it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm good at just plain speak sometimes. But I gotta go. I gotta go to bed again. But I'm gonna be listening, I guess, on YouTube. And talk to you guys.
Yeah,
Talk
man.
to you soon. Oh, I have to unmute somebody. I think was it Tony? Is he still here? I
You still
can't mute
muted
without
somebody,
unmute.
dude? That's messed up. You shouldn't keep muting somebody. I can understand at a time.
I forgot that he was muted. Now that I was just about to leave, and I'm like, oh shit, did I have him muted still? Sorry, Tony. He's muted a lot though for bloviating incessantly and not letting conversations happen.
It's
So
mathematically impossible.
it just ruins everything. So he understands that. He's been told that. So anyway, I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah,
Later.
yeah. I think you're very accommodating to questions about it. You know what I mean? And it's kind of aggressive. If somebody necessarily comes at you. I think.
Yeah, but I get aggressive too, so I understand.
I know.
And why wouldn't they be aggressive if it's their not just what they believe, but their whole structure of the way reality is? And I'm questioning it, and they're going, no, there's no way. I can understand why people are aggressive, and it's really off-putting to hear some of this stuff. But for me, all I had to do is just take the time to put it against everything, and I went, oh well, I guess this is how it is.
No, it's cool. Like, I don't think my ideas really translate very well to explanation, so I really haven't been able to break my ideas down for anybody. But that's fine. For me. I don't really need to. I don't feel like I need to tell anybody. like,
Yeah.
or that somebody needs to necessarily agree with me, let alone understand. But this model for me is like, I guess, my own sort of mirror reflection of it, because it's like a model I guess I don't intuit, I don't necessarily, you know what I mean, like it's different than what mine is, and you know, like without being like, oh, that's wrong, like I'm trying to get to the point where it's just like, oh, it's all just food for the brain, you know, like to see what these ideas look like if they're pursued out and the work is put in, you know, to pan them out. Like, in effect, we're just trying to map areas of reality where, you know, we can create a model that works in any way, like a map of how to get to the store. You could take a lot of ways to get there, you know.
Yeah, you can.
Um, whether or not, like, yeah, it's interesting to consider whether or not, like, there are factoids that somebody else could like lob at your model and break the model, like as far as like it comporting with a physical layout. But I'm not exactly sure what that is. Since I
The
think
only
that,
problem,
you
the
know,
only
run
problem
into
I'm
this
going to
one
have
time.
is that those parts that I was talking about, those anomalies. That's the only problem I see. Is those areas are the only problem where somebody can throw stuff at or throw questions at, to where it's not only hard for me to explain, but even harder to prove.
Right, and
But
then
yeah,
the globe's got its like dip angles and magnetic declinations and Bermuda triangles and such. It's got its own anomalous things that it has going on for itself.
oh yeah, oh yeah, everything does. But that's what I say. I know I keep saying it, but if I get away from the flat Earth, who even cares about the exact shape of it? But if it describes how everything is working, the magnetic fields, the toroidal fields, the geometric shapes, how it all lines up with the magnetic, I'm sorry, not magnetic, megalithic structures on the Earth to give us these geometric shapes over a flat plane, and then get away from that and say, well, oh, we all work on a magnetic field. We can change your feeling. We can look at the structure of your body in a um, CAT scan or I can't remember what the other one does, like a CAT scan. It doesn't matter. Or we can read the pulses inside of your brain with an EKG, or inside of your um,
Yeah, real time, like fMRI stuff. There was a guy. He's got like crazy ability to hear. Like he can hear a whole orchestra in his head, and then like spotlight any particular player in it and cue and write on that. There's a musical genius, and they just want to like look at his brain, see like what's pinging, what's lighting up inside of it. It's like pretty. It's pretty amazing that we're able to do these things, like, and things we can't explain, like that level of. Sometimes people have just like freak abilities, you know, where nobody told them that they couldn't do it, and they just can do it, you know.
yes, yep, that's true. Even with tolerances, some people, and I don't mean tolerances as pain. I mean their skin doesn't burn, or their skin doesn't react to the cold, and it's not because they're chemically different. They've just, their body has reacted and their mind has reacted differently to what the situation of the medium they're in. I mean, you see people that can walk on coals. There's people that can dive into freezing cold water in the Arctic and be fine. And we wouldn't be able to do that. Not even close. I wouldn't anyway.
Yeah, it's like it's willpower, right? Because like somehow you can like overcome. You can like, I don't know, I guess shoot like the current out one side of your brain, juts in the other, and you know, bam! Now we can do something really at the edges of what we should be able to do. We're you have like a I guess a balance, or like a tension that you hold to something, especially when it's like something real difficult, like you're doing brain surgery, I'm flying a rocket ship or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you're gritting your teeth, right? It's like we can hold the focus because like of the wiring. Like you're prepared to do something. You can balance the performance with the tension. You need the tension to actually generate the amount of voltage that's necessary to put through your fit to actually perform. You know what I mean? Like high end things. Like we can't just be like, yeah, I guess I'll try to win the championship. Meh. You know, like you can't. You have to really be driving. So there's something interesting that we can like increase our somewhat of like the current. You know, we can
What if
overcome
that's the
things
whole point?
with
What
willpower.
if we're all just little current generators, not batteries, but actually current generators, and if they can get us all to be at the same time around the entire plane of existence, all to be amped up, all to be scared, all to be worried, what do you think? If that's possible, that might be one of the things that changes changes the connection between why the things that happen in this world that don't make sense are happening, as opposed to why you don't think. It's almost like you don't think that a human being would do the things that the leaders of this world are doing. And if
Yeah,
it all comes back to generation of energy, it might bring a lot back to it. Go ahead, sorry.
yeah. I think this world makes so little sense that it actually makes a lot of sense to me, because I think I see things that are totally chaotic, and they make more sense to me than things that are like on the surface related, because my brain's
Wait
inside
a
out.
minute. Say that again. I didn't exactly catch what you said. I heard the words, but I didn't catch that.
It's so chaotic. You know, if you look at all these different things that are going on right now and in the past, and you know all the different conspiracy theories and you know the different subjects that people like trip on in this topic material, like, you know, and I guess everything that like lines up to this one thing right now for me, that almost like substantiates like every conspiracy theory to some
What's
regard. It's always been about Russia. For like our entire lives, and before that, like a lifetime before that, you know. And
whether it be
before
Russia
that,
or Dark Carrier or whatever? Is that what you mean?
something like that. Yeah, like it's always been this struggle between the East and West. Like it's,
Oh yeah,
you
yeah.
know, like
Okay.
go back to like the Alexandrian time. Like it's always, yeah, yeah. It's the it of all of it, you know.
What do you
This
think that separation is? Is it the culture? Is it the way? Or is it the knowledge? I mean, what do you think that they're fighting to get rid of? Is it the people? The lineage? I don't understand.
I don't know. These two forces are very different. But like, I guess it's that really. I'm just an American, so I got really no idea. Whatever
Oh, okay.
anybody else knows or thinks. You know, I'm not from some other place to have an opinion on that. But like,
I thought
it
you
just
had
seems
a
like
what they were doing. Okay.
we want to flip all these governments over to being like not whip cracking bad uh bad states. You know what I mean? Totalitarian dictators. I know those are like big words. I'm just trying to
You don't think they are though?
like with the. I think that there's a group of people who want to try to make the world like a unified, like democratic entity. You know, like where everybody kind of basically has the same shit going on. You know,
Right.
and it makes it fair for trade and stuff like that. When a country can like sort of borrow off like uh it create it be is its own capital structure where it's like got its own companies, it's doing its own thing, that's like it's nationalizing all that stuff, and it's not broken down through the filter of like like commerce and companies and corporations and stuff like that. When it's not actually broken down that way, they can uh, everything gets very tilted. The whole the scheme of it, like how economically it functions with other countries, may be very imbalanced. You know, because a country like China can like dump its entire like IP, fucking bank it to infinity, and then come up with like the DJI drones, where like another country couldn't muster that or wouldn't do it that way. You know, like we don't centralize like a shit ton of money to like come up with commercial items. You know,
Right. We just print it.
like
Right.
we'll do that for military items, but we don't do it for like,
Civilian.
come up with the next TV or something like that.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. See, I don't look at it as even from ancient times. All of the leaders knew what was good for them, and what was good for them was to be in cahoots with the other leaders to keep control of the masses. So whenever you have a winner or a loser of a war, I don't think you really do have a loser of a war. You have a blending of the knowledge and the leadership of the loser blends into the winner. So that just like I don't think the Nazis are gone. I think that pretty much they blended into Russia, the EU or the UK and America. Project Paperclip. They took the brightest of the bright, the leaders of not the war leaders, but the political leaders, the scientific leaders, the every discipline of science that you could think of, even psychology, to bring over to those three countries. And I think that's how it happens.
Yeah, well, it's like right now, I think we're in the midst of World War III, but the history books have not caught up to it yet.
Yes.
And then also, I believe that there's something called like a World War Zero, where it's nothing that is written about, but it is all of the prerequisite tension that created the capacity and the animus for World War I to pop off. So, but all this sets for like the globe set, like how globally, and then I just mean that in like a top-down fashion, like not spherical topic. I don't mean that shape-wise, but like as a to globally be able to manage a network of democratic nations with free trade and all that is the dream of like like all of fucking European countries, be able to like even America really is the dream of what like people who lived before America had for the spirit of those European countries, like to work in partnership across like a common language with like common interests, interchangeable styles, and import, export, exchange, all that stuff. So like trying to take over places, I'm not really for that. Putting boots down and taking over places. That's pretty much at the opposite end of the trend line for a harmonious Earth. If we figure like this place isn't really that big, we should be able to fucking have everybody partner and for it to be fair and shit, and for people to be treated fairly. That would be what a cool goal that would be. Like why is it that human beings can't get, or it's so difficult to get there? And then you start to think about all these like wars and stuff, like they seem very detached, like Korea, Vietnam, Guam, like whatever, all these things that seem decentralized, but there's a common thread to all of them. And I think it really is this east-west axis that's really been at play the entire time.
Sorry to dip out on you.
That's okay. I was just talking nonsense gibberish.
Oh, I'm
you
not here.
being idealistic again, Snacks.
I'm glad nobody's listening. But then all this like space-tasia of it all, like it makes sense because it's a component of like a Cold War. You know what I mean? Like all these things start to like, you're like all this Middle East stuff. Oh, these are proxies. These are actually proxy things.
Yeah, I would agree with that. For sure.
Hey, E1, before you go, quick question. The idea that you've stumbled upon and potentially building this new model, have you seen any sort of similarities to older civilizations, or any more, like obscure older models that are saying something similar?
Sort of. I mean, it's not. I can't say that it's from the ancient civilizations, but it was the astrolabes. Anything before the astrolabes that you find that are on either stone or mostly metal and wood. But
I can't say that they're anything past like the 1500s or the 1300s, but they predate those types of things. So I know that they all use these same principles. They all use the star patterns in the way that I am in a circle. They used the angles of it to tell them what their latitude was. They didn't have many on those ones. They only had 1 or 2 stars that they could go off of. But that's what I go off of as far as the things that show it in the ancient cultures, as far as what I'm depicting this as. The other thing that it really shows in the ancient cultures, not so much a map like what you see, but in the symbols, the 2-headed eagle shows you the 2 sides where the divergence and the convergence happens between the 2 hemispheres or the 2 quadrants, north and south. The spreading of the wings and the way around it is the actual movement of the stars in that one direction from east to west, and then circling around counterclockwise and clockwise, depending on their perspective as far as north or south. Then you have the Egyptians. They literally separate the sky by the same thing, a big wing that's spread out across the top, and then you have the crowns of the Egyptian leaders, whether they be in the north or the south, depicts on which headdress that they have, whether the headdress has the sun or the horns looking like it, or the analemic, depends on whether it's north or south, things like that, showing the movement of the heavens in this fashion, in these 2 discs or these 2 centrifugal circles or circuits above them, one in the north, one in the south. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you're looking for, but I never found a map that looked like mine. I never found anything that showed the actual latitude and longitude lines separated. But what I did find is the scarabs, the exact spider, the same depiction of the latitude and longitude lines of how of the stars patterns laid upon top of the graph, laid upon top of the dual pole system, but no actual maps that showed it. Everything's separated like this. Nope.
And did these cultures have Africa, or the prime meridian over Africa as the center?
Oh yes,
Like
yes.
you
All
did?
from Babylon to even Sumer, Babylon, Egypt, even to Rome. All of the times that in any recorded history or even I'm talking tablets from cuneifer, anything like that, even images on the sides of like the pharaoh's temples and things like that. It's not going to show you. How can I put this? It's not going to depict the map exactly like that. What was the question again? Exactly what you just asked. The last one.
Oh, whether they had the Africa as the center.
Yes, so it was all depicted, all of those, I'm sorry, I lost the question there at first, but all of those civilizations, all of the history that I looked at for the megalithic structures, even if they weren't Egypt or right at there, they all depicted Egypt, or not Egypt itself. It was the pyramids, but it was that line, that center of the earth was the starting point of the prime meridian, because that's what it seems to me. And it seems to what they're showing is that over time, no matter whether it was 1,000 years ago, whether you think that the pyramids were built 12,000 years ago and the Mayans only built it 1,200 years ago, they were all collectively across time trying to do the same thing, and that was measure the sun, measure the ratio of the sun as far as at this summer solstice, at the equinoxes, and at the winter solstice. And when they were able to do that, they didn't do it for that. They did it, I believe, for the this is going to sound a little out there, but for the the collection of the energy in the sky, the power system that everybody talks about, that Atlantis had, that Egypt had, that why the Egyptian pyramids don't have any hieroglyphs on them. They're only tunnels and sarcophaguses that never held a tomb, things like that. I think that all this was a network to create generations of power, and that they weren't built 1,200 years ago and 12,000 years ago. They were built thousands and thousands of years ago, and the simplistic was the center, and as you move out from the center, as far as from Egypt out east or west, every one of the megalithic structures that's devoted to the sun is engaged or embellished way more the further west or the further east you go. You get to Angkor Wat, that's things that we can't even replicate now, carved into stone, one stone that has thousands and millions of even moving parts and pillars that float, and it's all just embellished way more than anything. But in Egypt, there's no embellishment in the pyramids and what the actual megalithic structures. Now, I'm not talking about the temples and things like that, but the megalithic structures, they're so simple. So I believe that they were all, no matter how much time it took, no matter what you think, if what civilization built what, they were all under the same auspice of collecting the power in the sky, the ionic generation. Same way you would do with just going up in the sky, collecting the 80,000 volts of AC current, turning it over in a coil, grounding it to the ground, and once that spark jumps, you've got your 12 volt or whatever your coil is to reverse it back to direct current. You've got yourself power. I mean, it's what they were doing with those electric batteries. They were creating power with these megalithic structures, I believe, or something to that effect, and then collecting it in these batteries so that they could do electroplating, they could do light, they can do like plasma light, things like that, instead of just incandescent burning light that we use that doesn't make... I'm sorry, I'm going on and on.
Did you just
No,
say
I love it.
relatively?
What's that? What did you ask?
Did you just say groundatively?
No, I didn't say groundatively. Is that what you heard?
I heard that, yeah.
I guess they could have had other things too that we might not even interpret as being like part of like what that if they had like an electrical tool chain that was made from like ceramic, you know, like they could have had like, you know, effectively if they understood that there was like something of energy within the electrolytes to actually make some type of battery like that, they would probably also understand that like just carbon itself like could be used like for capacitors or something like that, or that it could contain energy. So that there could have been capacitive things with carbon, and then we would just be like, oh, it's just covered in soot, you know. But they
True. Yeah. I believe though that they did, like, I'm talking the bad dad batteries, they would charge those up. But what they would have there is just like what you guys would probably think of as, you know how they talk about in Tartaria, they didn't have gas lights. There wasn't 1,000 people running around to light these gas lights in Tartaria. It had to be electric, like Tesla would throw wireless power generation is what he was able to do. Put a light bulb in the ground next to his Tesla tower. You would be able to move up to a quarter mile or maybe even a mile away from it and would still light up that bulb as long as it was in the frequency. The bulb itself had the same frequency as what his Tesla tower was putting out. That's what I think the world had. When Atlantis fell, that's when everything went to shit, because it wasn't that Atlantis fell. It was that the technology and the knowledge fell, because that's when civilization broke down. That's when we had all of the huge 100-ton or 1,000-ton blocks that we have underneath all the temples in Rome, or all the places in Cambodia, even in there's places in America that they have this, where there's foundations of what it is, but thousands of years after these foundations were placed, some other civilization or other group of people came and tried to do the same thing, but we couldn't with the same size. We had to be building smaller. So it went from 1,000-ton or 100-ton blocks to 50-ton. And then the next time there was a cataclysm, or when next time a civilization came over, they tried to fix everything, and now it's smaller ton. And you can see this in many different places around the world.
Yeah, none of that stuff in the rainforest makes sense either. Like they couldn't have moved the rocks to build the stuff. Even there, it's just like the rocks are so massive. Like there's you're moving it through jungle. There's just no way it's happening.
Look at Egypt. How were they moving, or even Rome? How are they moving that without even roads? They were moving 100-ton, fucking 1,000-ton blocks with trees as fucking wheels to slide it with oil. I don't think so. No,
Maybe.
way. They weren't digging ditches and viaducts and conduits of water and placing those on barges and bringing those in from hundreds and hundreds of miles inshore from the ocean. Because some of those things were like, rose granite that are perfectly symmetrically put on a lathe. I mean, even today, we don't have the lathes that are big enough to do it, but let's say we did. Let's say we built all these things and did all this without roads, without any type of machinery to do this. We moved these 100-ton, or those aren't 100-ton. I think they're like 75-ton or something like that. But those pillars at that Colosseum, or not Colosseum, that temple in Rome, Aphrodite's or whatever it is, there's like 12 of these perfect rose quartz pillars that are the hardest fucking stone in the world to deal with, or I shouldn't say the hardest, but very hard to deal with, and we can't replicate it today. How did they do that? How did they move it on a place? They didn't do it there. They had to get that rock from hundreds, if not 600 miles away. But yes, I think it all comes down to me whenever I start talking about this stuff, as far as the power generation or the ancient cultures and what they were doing and how they were doing it. I think it all comes down to the same exact thing that we are doing today in this society, in this world. Energy. Being able to not be in the dark. Being able to do the things that we want to with electroplating, with the computers. I don't think that they had computers back then, but they had something that was moving power through the air or through conduction of metals or whatever, to where they had light. And there's no doubt about that. You can see it.
Have you
Or
seen the old giant buildings and the massive fireplaces they have, and they seem to have like a conductive metal plate at the back? You think this is all part of powering, heat to house, to homes potentially?
I don't know about that. I've just started seeing that on the internet, as far as the whole. There were no they weren't powering this up with logs and all this kind of stuff. These huge Tartarian type mansions or whatever, palaces. And then I started seeing things about nuclear and all that kind of stuff. But it's the same thing that I mean, I use wood heat. The more metal I have on my stove, the warmer everything is. So yes, I could go along with what you're saying. I could really look at it as being, they were almost using like a conductor or an element, a piece of metal in the back of what we would consider a fireplace, and they were just heating it up. The ethereal or the atmospheric energy that is everywhere around us. I mean, it's there. There's no question. I can shock the fucking shit out of you with static electricity, which is rubbing my fucking head with a balloon for a little while, or rubbing my feet on the carpet, and then me grounding to you because of that atmospheric static electricity, which I can get the same from the atmosphere if I go up above 122 feet, or the higher you go, it's better, but same thing.
Sure is a groundation.
That's right. Groundation. But if you think about the way Tesla did, I mean, I'm sure everybody here knows who Tesla is and what he was doing and how everything mostly got secreted away, the good stuff. But he was able to take a water source or a groundwater source that was approximately 600 feet. I think he was at 300 feet or whatever to his aquifer, but he was pulling the grounding or whatever you want to call it, the bottom pole, the negative pole, up from the ground, and then he had his aerial that looked like a bunch of metal or a big disc up in the top with a bunch of aluminum foil that's wrapped up around, and then a conduit coming down that would ground. That's how he created his energy. That's what I see all over the place with the megalithic structures. So that's why I put together that it's like you said, it's grounding. That's what I think everything is. We're grounding from time immemorial. Even before any recorded history, they were grounding the sky to the ground, and that jump, that when that charge, it's not static charge, it's electric charge, but when that ionic charge fills up whatever medium, whatever wire or copper conduit you got sitting up in there in the sky, fills up, and it has the ability, so it comes up to the amount of voltage or amperage that it can jump this gap, because that's what you're doing. You're jumping a gap so that you get that spark. You take all that energy and you ground it into the ground, and that one moment is when you create energy, or you harness it. The same way with a lightning bolt. The lightning bolt grounds to the ground, or you can get negative lightning as well, that where it comes up, but you're still grounding the atmosphere. And that's static electricity, but it's still electricity, atmospheric electricity. You're grounding the atmosphere to the actual ground. So I think everything that's all we've ever wanted to do was have energy, have the ability to not be in the dark. And I will go, I'm just going to put this out there too, just in case it's intriguing to anybody as far as why I believe this. But instead of gravity, I look at it as we have an inherent up and down, and it's buoyancy and density. So every object has its certain density, and it's the medium, whether it be the atmosphere, whether it be the ocean, whether it be space, that I don't believe it's space, but let's say ether, the above the magnetic field. Every medium that you go in dictates what you're going to do within that medium, the object itself, depending on its buoyancy. So that's how I get away from the whole idea of it. Gravity is pulling me down, no matter where, if I'm in Australia or if I'm in North America, I'm just being pulled to the center. That's not how I look at it. I look at it just like the way that you would look at it if you were had a liquid and you had like milk and oil and water and everything, and then you dropped an egg in it, and as it goes through, it has its own certain buoyancy within each medium. And that's how I look at what we are talking, 9.3 meters per second squared or whatever it is. It's just the medium. It's just the buoyancy and the density of each object falls at a certain spot or a certain rate within the medium. But that, I know nobody asked that. I just throwing that out there.
No, it's appreciate it, dude. While we've got you speculating, any any thoughts on what the sun is, could be, constituents?
It's
Any
material.
comments?
It's material.
Yeah, what it is. Yeah.
It's a tungsten and iron alloy or thereabouts. It's got to have. I shouldn't say it has to. I shouldn't say that because I make it sound like I've been there and I tested it. It's like fucking this. But I believe it should have to consist of a tungsten alloy mix or an iron mix for the magnetic field that it throws off, the configuration of the field. It's not just a pole like what you would depict a planet, or that they depict the Earth having a magnetic field around. That's not what the sun is like. And you can look at it by looking at it with a magnetic spectrum, or a what do they call it? A magnetic telescope or spectrograph or something. I can't remember what the name it is, but you look at the sun and you see the different magnetic fields coming off of it. It's not north and south. It's everywhere. So it's not a source. It's a node. It's a connection. It's the element. And for that element to glow in that fashion, no matter where it's at, I don't care if it's in the fucking water or if it's in ether or if it's in space. In order for it to be that color, that heat, and hold the shape in the way that it does, the tungsten has to be involved in it for it to hold the shape. The the shape and the color, the consistency, and then the iron has to be there because that's what the chemical makeup would happen if you're sitting there heating up whatever metals. It doesn't matter what it is. You're going to come back down to an iron or an ore substance when you break everything down as far as you can. All the different elements you got up there, whatever you think there is, argon, helium, nitrogen, you're going to come down to an iron, like ash, almost like. So you would have to have the tungsten and the iron alloy.
So would it be fair to say then that for you feel the sun is probably just part of a logical electrical system, and it's more like a node, a bit like a transformer?
Yeah, well, an element, not the transformer. The transformers in the ground, or the resistors in the transformers, and all the ICs are in the ground. The atmosphere is the actual power source, or the field, or not the power source. I said that wrong. Don't take that what I said there. But the field is the power area where the element, the sun, derives its power. So it's an element. It's the burning element. Not a transistor, but yeah.
So, but I guess it would need to be kind of like electrical or dielectrical.
Electrical, for sure.
Electrical.
Yes. Yeah, it has to be an electric connection from this. However you want to look at it, as not a wire, but like a almost like, think of a radio connecting, and you can have the frequency going out there and everything's out there, but until you turn on that transistor, like you said, you would have a transistor that would be tuned to that frequency, then now that you would be able to hear the radio waves going through, or that show. The same way that I think of is, you can look at the sky, or I'm sorry, look at the sun, and it has a certain frequency. It looks just like a magnetic field that comes off of it. It's a literal frequency of that, the oscillation of the waves that are coming off of it, that I believe that it's tuned to gather that energy from the sky. So it's an element that works. How can I put this? It works within what most people are going to think of as a train track, but that train track is a loop on the north and then a loop on the south, or a spiral. And as that spiral goes in, it charges up in the north. Once it hits the center, it charges down to the south. So as it's connecting, that's where the connection is. It's at the outside of the sun is charging and discharging throughout its analemic cycle throughout the year. And as it goes through, that connection is what's that oscillation, anyway, of how it's moving around the plane of existence. It was what gives it the movement. So as it's beating around, as it's going around, its connection changes throughout, depending on if it's in the summer or if it's in the winter. And that change in that connection is what gives us its movement. It's not so much that it changes itself. It's just the charge on the outside is what moves it from the north to the south. Not the movement around it, but just through the analemic cycle. I don't know if that's the question you asked or not. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that was great. So from my interpretation, you're saying it's more like a resonant electrical system that's cyclical.
Yes. Yep. Exactly. Just the same way that you would think of as you'd have an iron plate, and I'm sure everybody's seen this. You can go to the Exploratorium in San Francisco, a place that deals with all kinds of different disciplines of science. Put an iron plate down and put sand on it, and it's a post of it in the center of it. And then you take either a violin string, or you can have an oscilloscope that gives the different frequencies. And if you hit it with 2 hertz or 7 hertz or 8 hertz or whatever the hertz is, even up to 8 gigahertz, you get exact geometric patterns. And so you would get the understanding that if you could have a resonance like the Schumann resonance, the 2.4 gigahertz or 2.4 hertz or whatever it is for the Earth, that's what it would most likely be in order to give you the shape that we're getting, the structure that we're getting of the figure 8, or the grid up on top of 2 plates that have a celestial equator mixed. So you would get these exact patterns. I don't know what exact frequency it is, but you can do it with Mercury. I can do the shape as far as that shape I showed you, the overlays of Mercury on top of my map. I can get you these exact shapes, and I think it's at 12 gigahertz, or 12 hertz. It gives you that exact, what do they call it? The Celtic flower, the Celtic something. It's a 3-sided triangle. You just get these certain shapes at the frequencies. So that's why I would think that it's definitely everything is running on its own frequency inside the grid. So the grid has the potential of all the frequencies, just like a radio. And it's whatever that object, that's the sun, the moon, each planet, not the stars. The stars run on top of the grid, but each one of those objects have their own frequency that keeps them inside of the grid at its appropriate position.
You're talking about the Celtic Trinity knot.
There you go.
A bit like a Mobius strip.
So that's the signature I get when I do. I think it was 12 hertz. I'm not positive, but it's the exact same signature or geometric shape when I put Mercury. As far as I outline Mercury for an entire year of positioning, global positioning of what it is, just like I would for the sun to get the analemma, I get that. I get the Celtic Trinity knot.
Dude, this is so deep. I mean that's so, that's related to, the Christians got the Holy Trinity, I believe, from that, that art or that representation, that symbol, which and it's not unique to, we had trinities before that, but they always, in ancient cultures, but they always represented, the elements, the land, the earth, the mind, the body. You know what I mean? The three elements of the earth combined,
and the 3 phase that you have with electricity. Not just the 3 phase, but the power, or I'm sorry, positive, negative, and neutral.
Yeah, I mean, and I said that wrong. Not land, earth, land, sea, and sky, right? Or earth, water, air. It kind of represents the whole. That would make sense with what you're saying. This is representing our realm, isn't it? The
kind
Celtic
of,
cross,
and then you
the
get
Celtic Trinity.
then you get to the mediums, like what you're saying for the Trinity or the 3. You have water, you have air, which I believe is water. It's just a lesser form of it because you're breathing moisture all the time, and then you have ether. So that's the 3 different waters that they speak of in the Bible. You have the waters below, you have the waters that you live in, and then you have the waters above. It's right. Everything's down into a trinity or into I'd like to think of it as electromagnetic. Everything.
Well, it would represent the as above, so below idea, right? You've got land, sea, and sky would be the nature sort of basis of that, and that's been interpreted into mind, body, and spirit for the more modern meanings of Trinity. But if it's as above, so below, it's just a representation of the same concept just within the human rather than the earth.
Oh yeah,
this is making so much sense to me at this point.
Well, and then you can flip it off of as above, so below. could also, the way that the Freemasons talk about that structure of everything that we, like what we're talking about, the world, esoteric connection between the body and the world that we see, or the sky that we see, they always put everything to where it's east up, west down, so that you're looking at a different the way that you're looking at. I don't know why I was talking about this as far as the Freemasons and the different things, but they split it between looking at it being the sky, as above, so below, but they also connect that as above and so below to left and right, for like your left and right hemisphere, for your good and your bad, for your east and your west. So they depict this on their aprons with the checkerboard and the two discs. They have the world, and then they have the sky disc, or the sky world, on top of two pedestals that are right where the center of my depicting north and south would be, the poles. And then they have a big E at the very top with a ladder with 33 runs that runs up to the
33. Yeah.
And it has a pyramid at the top of the ladder.
Amazing. How long you've gotten to monologue?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No, don't say
Now the-
sorry.
now
Don't
the
say
stage.
sorry.
Yeah,
Well, I
don't
didn't. I don't
apologize
want
for
to.
what you've been
I don't want to
granted.
put anybody off, dude. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that.
Well, it's
Zynak,
not
did you
something me.
want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, I just heard 33 and a pyramid and a lot of belief systems.
Well, I was just connecting
and
what
a
the
monologue.
Freemasons do.
Oh. Yeah. What do you think? Let's shift it up a little bit, though. Let's have a new topic. Or what do you
Do it.
Don't you guys mind? Okay, so let's talk about self-glorification.
We talk about masturbation.
No, not masturbation.
Oh.
Self-glorification.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought the two were one and the same. Okay, I'll refrain.
You go ahead and reframe.
Well, no. What do you wanted to know about it?
Oh, I'm here to inquire.
Well, as far as what exactly are you saying? What about self gratification? Is it good? Is it bad? Or are you wanting to expound on why it's there, why people use it? I don't understand what you're wanting to talk about.
So not self-gratification. I said self for the third time. Self-glorification.
Okay,
I'll put it in the
self-glorification.
chat.
Go ahead. I understand. Self-glorification.
Topic. Self-glorification. No, it's written down. We can't miss that one.
What are you getting at, Zynak?
So, self-glorification can be done through adversarial advertisement.
Okay.
Don't beat around the bush, Zynak. Spit it out.
I'm not beating around the bush. I'm speaking of a topic. Self-glorification can be done through, like I said, adversarial advertisement. But it's actually, what is that really?
Are you saying that people do that? They advertise very aggressively, and that's this glorification that they're, this is the way it is, or this is I'm this good, and they do it as an advertisement to everybody. Is that what you're trying to? I still don't understand what you're asking.
Just curious before we continue. My mic shows that to be continuously open, but is the sound coming back or feeding back, or is that not anything that's happening?
No, you're good.
Okay, great.
I don't hear anything. No.
Okay, so, well, what I am saying is that, or what I'm putting forth here, presenting to you, is that one can be advertising one's own body through adversal means, meaning one pretends to be someone else, or likely against it, as if in the public, and then one speaks a lot of spectacle around that, which supposedly we are to be grouped against. But every continued conversation upon it actually is a glorification to it, because it's a subordination to a ruler that's constantly given the stage to rule over you. Meaning that the people who engage in such a thing are ritualized. It's a right. And the participants are ritualized to be subordinate to something that they project a lot of fear and distress at. Like 33s.
I can go along with that for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you see it in politics, you see it in any kingdom or anybody who thinks they're a star. Fuck, even if you look at any influencer nowadays, they do the same thing.
Well, you even see it in here.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, I don't want to be assuming. Are you saying I'm doing that?
Well, you are assuming then when you ask such a question, but we don't need to get into that.
No,
we got
I said
there.
I don't mean to, but I am.
I didn't say anything. I'm just speaking of the topic.
I was going to say, if that's true, I don't feel that I'm trying to glorify myself at all. I've never wanted to feel like anybody. How can I put this? I don't want to feel better than anybody. I don't feel that I'm below anybody. I don't think that I have done anything more than anybody else has in this world, or experienced anything more to where I can explain them to them. I just feel that on the topics that we were talking about before, I've found something that I don't think a lot of people have put together to come up with the idea or the model that I came up with for the sky or the earth. But I don't ever feel like I'm saying or I don't feel like I'm glorifying myself in any way, shape, or form. But I guess I could not see it. I mean, that's how it works, I guess, with things like that.
One sure can pretend on it being unaware.
Oh, for sure, dude. Dude, how do you know that I'm even a person real? Or how do you know that I'm even a flat earther? I mean, seriously, there's so many people on here right now. I know you've been in here before, but and talked to most of these people, but how do you know? How do you know anything about that? As far as people being truthful or being honest?
Because we have something called theatrics.
It's like the guy you're talking to.
We have something called theatrics.
You're just a mental nipple twister.
There is theatrics, yeah.
Yeah, and you can recognize theatrics. It's a science. And
oh, my presentation was a theatric display. Oh, cool! Right on, dude. I thought it was very.
Scientist.
I thought it was very, very bland as far as not put together very well. I don't think that I can really explain it very well with the images and the graphs that I show people with my overlays and my map. I don't think it's very theatrical at all, to be honest with you, but I thank you for that. I appreciate that. You see it differently as far as what I'm trying to do or what I'm saying. If
it's because he's an
actor.
actor.
You're saying I'm glorifying myself. I don't see it that way, but I mean, whatever.
He's an actor. That's
guys. Do not. What did you say that it makes it happen if you glorify yourself? It makes it to where people idolize you, or no? What did you say? They. I didn't remember what you said. They not idolize you. They revere you, or no? What did you say? What did you say there?
I didn't say any of that.
Oh, I thought you said that people start when somebody glorifies themselves. The people that are listening to them or that they're wanting to listen to them will do something to them. As far as label them something, or put them on a pedestal, or that's what they're trying to do. It was a word. I don't know what word you used. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not. I don't
Well,
care what I feel that I'm being
I was
theatrical. That's great. I think that's good though.
okay. You
Do
certainly don't need to feel as if you are doing something while doing it, though.
I don't feel like I'm doing it, but
So you did hear this earlier bit where I said I'm a social scientist.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why? What does that mean to you? As far as what does that mean I should say or I should react to because you're a social scientist? Should I be worried that you're gonna not glorify me or something? I don't understand.
I should be glorifying you, is what you're saying?
No, I said, should I be worried that you're not going to glorify me since that's what you think I'm trying to do? Since you're a social scientist, what does that mean to you? What should that mean to me because you're a social scientist? Should I be scared? Should I not give you any answers back when you say something about me? I don't understand. I don't understand why you would go after you're a social scientist. Everything needs to change. All of a sudden, the atmosphere has to change because you do something or you have a profession.
The atmosphere. What atmosphere? The theatrics?
Of the conversation, dude. As far as the way you said it, it was like I was supposed to react in some way, like I'm supposed to know something all of a sudden, like I'm supposed to change the way that I'm thinking of things because you're a social scientist.
I said that.
No,
Or
you
said
implied
that
it.
you are.
You implied it.
That's what you are getting. That's your sentiment.
No, he wants to know why he wants to know why you shared that with him. Why is that important?
Yeah, exactly.
So thank you for sharing your sentiment.
Well, I'm very glad you came by, E1. It was really nice to hear you speculate a little bit. I've enjoyed it. It's been good.
I really do appreciate the questions that everybody had too. Even if it made New Perspective mad that people were asking certain questions and stuff. I think it's good. I think those are the things that need to be not only discussed but thought about. Even for me that knows the way that I think it is, those are the things that need to be discussed because you have to dig in hard and you have to dig into the depths of things in order for you to start understanding them. I mean, you can't dive away from things, hard questions or hard explanations. And there's always, no matter what plane of existence you're on or whether you think you're in a ball or in space, everybody has to be able to say, I don't know. And they have to say, I don't know, because we don't know everything. Nobody knows everything. Nobody can explain everything, no matter where they're at. But yeah, I do enjoy these conversations with people. I really do. That's why I stay here for
Certainly agree.
9 hours when I come.
Yeah, and you were able to speak for that amount of time too, it seems like.
For sure.
For sure. I wonder.
Yeah,
wonder what's.
which is a good thing. Which is a good thing, Zaina.
Yeah, I wonder what
Not
it
a
is
negative.
about what he's sharing that gives him access to minutes upon minutes upon minutes.
What, are you jealous or something?
Not at all.
So why are you commenting? Why is that important?
Well, it proves my point.
Oh, am I still in the show? Dude, this is only like the third time I've even been in this place. The second time I've been here, showing my map and everything. I apologize.
You're not
I
stealing the
don't
show.
mean to take the floor. Go ahead.
No,
You're
don't
making.
apologize. Listen, Zynat, I don't know what your
Yeah,
problem
don't
is. You're
apologize.
here every day. You're here every day, dude, and E1's not here much. So yeah, he took a bit of the center stage. It's not a problem.
It's not me being jealous over him being in the center stage, dude. It's a really weird framing.
It sounds like
So
it.
why bring it up then? You interrupted a good conversation to muse about this nonsense. That
wasn't a
nobody else shares the
conversation.
sentiment. Nobody else shares this sentiment but yourself.
It wasn't It wasn't a conversation. It was an interview.
It was a conversation. Don't be a clown.
It was an
Type
interview.
of conversation.
Let's have a vote.
You know why
And
he
if you
left?
ever want to come to a solution, you need to discuss the things that are happening in our world. Otherwise, you never come to a solution.
You know why he left? Because he recognized in the fact that it was an interview.
I didn't leave.
But he didn't leave.
I didn't say you
What's wrong with
leave.
you?
I said your laugh.
Oh, laughed.
Oh no, I thought it was funny that you thought it was an interview. I didn't think it was an interview at all. I felt like I was just spewing out my presentation again, is what I felt
Your
like I was doing.
presentation.
And then
Yeah. You certainly
yeah,
were
the
spewing out
presentation
your
that
presentation again.
that I did before for everybody like a week
Yeah.
ago.
Yeah, the presentation you did before for everybody a week ago. You spewed it out again. Thank you.
Instead of being an interview, like you said, an interview, I didn't feel like I was being interviewed. I felt like I set out my presentation. I was just talking and showed everybody what it was.
Yeah, correct. Thank you.
Maybe not
You were
everyone
just
was
talking
Interview your
and
presentation.
presenting.
jealousy.
You certainly were
Oh,
having a
yeah.
presentation. It's okay.
Ain't jealousy
Zenek,
weird?
morning, buddy. What are you mad about, Zenek? Is it over now or
He's jealous. He's jealous, dude. That's what it is. Fucking
I
I'm not
jealous.
missed
jealous at all.
I missed it.
Ooh, jealousy.
I'm a social scientist. So I'm studying the behavior, you know. Has nothing to do with jealousy, but you guys can remove or reduce it to jealousy. And
Well,
also,
You should study
side
your
point,
own
I'm not here
behaviors.
every day. Side point, I'm not here every day, dude.
Oh yeah, you're hanging out with cool.
I think he's onto you.
I'm not
Ivan.
here every day. I'm definitely not here every day.
Almost.
Well, you're here regular enough for us to all know your views, right? We don't. Not everyone here
Maybe
knows
I'm on your
E1's views.
minds every day. That's a different thing. But you know, it would
You
be
wish.
best if I didn't live rent free in your head.
You wish.
Well, instead of
Well,
this
maybe if you.
bullshit, I have a question for Eon.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's get back on track.
I posted something. I tagged you in the chat with the thing from Douglas Vault and with the toroidal field and with the wavefronts and everything. But it has 3 wavefronts in it. And if you look at our world with Alaska and Russia and Antarctica, that is a threesome. But we also have the Dragon Triangle and we have the Bermuda Triangle. And when you look at the disk magnets, it's different than a bar magnet. You have also the top field is the north, but the bottom field is the south. And with those anomalies, you might be looking at a 3-dipole field, basically, in one. It's like a 3-phase electric circuit. But when you flip that picture that I showed you, when you flip that with that top bottom up, instead of that, you're looking at the down thing, then that center part, that is the north, and that bottom part of that angle that is alone, that is the south, but that is up, and that thing, and the bottom is down, and east west is moving up, is surrounding that somehow.
Where did you send this picture? On the live text or live stream text?
Yeah, in the live stream text, and I tagged you in it.
Okay.
And that follows a little bit the sun and the lemma we see in different hemisphere because it's positioned in different directions from each corner in our.
Okay, I might be stupid. Is it live stream text 2 or live stream text 1?
Live stream text 1.
The wrong
I
one.
don't see it in live stream 1. When did you post it?
I'll look it up.
I don't see this picture. What is it?
I think she's just posted it
I
now.
reposted it again.
I got it now. Yep. Yeah, and see, that's exactly the image that they're showing on the beginning of that, with that Celtic trinod or whatever it called that
Yeah,
image.
exactly. And the ancients with those 3 spirals come together.
Yeah, and
That's all over
what I
the
see.
Earth. Yeah.
That's what I see not only with frequency waves as far as certain frequencies on a plate, but you also see it in the sky as far as what Mercury shows with its. Yeah, I totally see that.
Yeah, when you place that dragon and that Bermuda Triangle just below those top loose, those top rings, then you have 2 dipoles. But when you treat that outer pole with that center part in between all those loops, then you have a dipole also from the bottom to the top.
Yeah.
So then you have 3 dipoles in one.
And it gives you that what you were talking about, the 3-phase. That's how you get your 3-phase off of a magneto. Is that exact?
Yeah, and that gives you your apex and in the system and the down thing. I don't know what the name is for it, but it gives you the top and the bottom also. That gives you that three coins basically with the base to each other.
Yep. No, that's one of that's where I started seeing the significance between matching up all of our electric motors, electric generators with what was going on in the sky, and that's why I matched them up together to think that, look, if I just take the shape that I'm
circuit.
Yeah, exactly. The electric circuit, it all seems the exact same. It moves in the same circuit or the same shape.
What's interesting about the Celtic cross is pre-Christian. The meaning represented the sun and cycles of nature and the balance of nature.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's amazing that it all connects, all the religion, all the sacred geometry connect together. You just rip away the base story. The same thing that the Trinity, all in between, like energy in the sky.
Oh, you're breaking up, E1.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened. Is it better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. But yeah, I see that connection as well with all the religions, with everything, the Trinity, like you said, the Celtic knot, all the stories of every religion, every esoteric description of what's going on in the sky, all has to do with the Trinity, all has to do with that sacred, I shouldn't say sacred, but that geometric shape.
Yeah, symbolizes the connection between heaven and earth. I like the idea that it's a Mobius strip as well. just kind of highlights the interconnectedness between, potentially dimensions or other realms, whatever you see the heavens as.
That's the best description, actually, because that's kind of what it would have to be, like a Mobius strip. I never even thought about describe. You're talking about like quantum locking, sub-zero temperature magnetic field, right? That holds a quantum locked object. Is that what you're talking about? A Mobius strip? Or are you talking about something different?
I'm talking about the Mobius strip that allows you to walk on, like if an ant walked on a Mobius strip, he'd follow it round and he would have walked on both sides of the strip. It's like a loop that's connected, interdimensionally, I suppose.
Yep, we are talking about the same thing. We just aren't looking at, you're looking at that as a flat plane, two-sided. I'm looking at it as a toroidal disc. So that Mobius disc, the actual, or that Mobius strip runs through a toroidal field. So I'm looking at the sun and everything's running through the same track as a Mobius strip. It's just through a toroidal field. But yeah, I do know exactly. That's a way to describe it. I'm stealing that. God damn it.
Right, but if you're referencing that, if you're referencing that to the pattern of the yearly sun analemma, is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah.
Well, I get it, and that's cool. But like, can we reconcile the different figure 8 shapes that we get at like different latitudes? Or whatever?
Yes, well, it depends on where you're at and where you're taking the pictures of the analemma. So if I was in, let's say, the Philippines, and I was taking an image of the analemma, it's going to look different than if I was in, let's say, North America, as opposed to being in Ecuador.
Right. But they reconcile that to 3D spherical surface observation. Can you reconcile it to some Mobius strip land observations? Like, does it take you away from the globe somehow, and how? Or can you just make a replacement model, I guess?
Can I make it are you saying, can somebody else just put a different model in there and make it work the exact same way? Or I'm saying that
Can you make Earth be a different way, and then still have, for some reason, because right, why are we thinking the sun analemma has different pattern depending on latitude? Is it because Earth is a ball, or is there another explanation?
to me, it's because of the position of the observer. The further away from you get from the prime meridian, going on your latitudes, not at zero latitude, but as you go up and away from it, you will get a different shape of the analemma. And it comes down to this: if you're going north, if you're in the northern latitudes, if you're in Russia, America, anything like that, the analemma is going to look very, very small compared to the the northern part of the analemma is going to be very small compared to the southern analemma, and that's not what is measured. If you go to the equator, it's pretty much the same size. Not exactly, but it's pretty much the same size distance, a declination from the equator to the edge of the northern part of the analemma than to the southern. But if you go to the southern parts of like Australia or South America, really far down, you're going to get the exact opposite. It's going to look bigger in the north than in the south. It's just the way that it works out to be from what your position of where your GPS location, or where you are from the prime meridian and the celestial equator, coming to the east or to the west. I don't know if I described that exactly right, but I mean, that's what it is. Because you can get pictures of the analemma, or people doing the analemma. It's not going to be exactly the same because everybody does it differently at different days and different years. But if you're in the north or in the south or on the equator, and you can see that difference. I mean, you can see that the people that are sitting on the equator, it's exactly the same.
What's giving us what? How is changing our position giving us that? If it's not like, you know what I mean?
because of the way I'm not saying this is correct, but this is why I describe it this way, because the way I depict the splitting of the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere, or the northern quadrants and the southern quadrants, when that sun changes from the north to the south or the south to the north, that's where you're getting that difference. And you're getting an analemma or a figure eight because that sun is riding on two donuts on the edge. And that's the figure you would get. That's the shape you would get if you had two donuts and you took a marble and went around the outside of two donuts and dropped into the center of it every time. No matter if you're in the north or in the south, it always drops down into the center and then climbs back up the other side. As far as the analemma goes, is the movement of the sun. And if you put that, however you want to put it, as far as if you're in Egypt and you do it, if you're in Angkor Wat or over in Tonga, you're going to see that almost skewing or discrepancy, anomaly of the figure eight stretching out or stretching down, depending on if you can just visualize that image of my map. You've got the two discs.
So yeah, thank you. It's like, so are we like, so we're gonna start off like on a pizza with the sun on a Mobius strip above the pizza. Is that like where it's a possible starting point? I mean,
not a
fine.
pizza, two pizzas. You got two pizzas that are meeting in the middle, and where they touch, where those two pieces touch, that's called the prime meridian. The where you would draw a line between the center of those pizzas together, where they touch at the ends, that's the prime meridian. And so if you go out from that prime meridian, looking to the east, the way that I do, looking to take my pictures of the analemma, you can see that if I'm in North America, I know you're not looking at the image of the thing, but if you're in North America, you're looking down. If you're looking east, you're looking down to the south. So that analemma is going to be perfect figure eight. It's not perfect figure eight, but the positioning of where it tracks inside the field is 23.4 degrees from the equator. If I'm in Asia or if I'm in Australia, you're looking out where those fields have already separated. So now you see the difference, the off skew of where people see it. It's bigger over here, and then you go to North America. Nuh-uh, it's way smaller in North America, or as far as in the North quadrants, it's bigger in the South. You see what I mean? It's not a matter of it's your position of where you're at.
The two pizzas helps me out. I get what you're saying.
Okay.
Or possible.
Okay.
I mean, it's radical. Obviously, it's radical. But
Of course. But you understand the concept of where I'm saying the analemma happens. And then if you move that analemma from the east to the west throughout its day, because people in North America aren't seeing the same analemma that the people in Asia are. And then if you move that time, that 12-hour difference, the time, you can see that the analemma is actually on the other side of that magnetic field or on the other side of the prime meridian. So I'm taking a picture of the analemma as it's already past 0 degrees.
So instead of two pizzas, is it like where the donut, like where the two parts of the Earth is the torus field, and then the sun's going around the other part on the counter space of it, or?
No, so you've got a magnetic field that is on the ground, and it's not positioned to where the top of the magnetic field's on the ground, the middle of the magnetic field. So like a bar magnet. You know what a bar magnet, what the field looks like if you throw iron filings over the top of a bar magnet?
Yeah, there's the shells that go out from it or whatever.
Right, exactly. Okay, so that would be looking at it from the top, right? If you turn that on the side, you're going to have a butterfly effect. It's going to look like a butterfly coming off of the center of the celestial equator, going over the north, one going over the south. That's not where everything's riding. The toroidal fields are on top of that magnetic field. The toroidal fields are electromagnetic. So we have a magnetic, like a bar magnetic field inside the ground where we live, what we exist within, and then our sky, all the movements of the planets, the sun, move inside of that toroidal field, that electromagnetic toroidal field. That's like not pizza, but like donuts, like a three-dimensional field of donuts going around, and then on top of that is the stars that ride on a plane above that, on top of the electromagnetic field. That's how I picture.
Eat that, Glovers.
Did that describe to you what you were asking though?
It helps me out with not thinking about a pizza anymore.
Yeah, well, it's not really.
They got it. I mean, they got it reconciled, man. The tilt to the earth, the wobble. You know, we get we get the tropics, we get the analemma. They got their little model.
And when you think of the pizza, don't think of the ground as the pizza. The pizzas are the discs of the sky, the lights in the sky that move. The ground, it doesn't have a shape like a round. I can't say it's square. I can't say it'd be more like almost like a upside down cake type shit with a figure eight looking thing, if anything. But there's no shape that would be on the ground itself. It's all in the sky.
So
I don't think there's an edge to the Earth, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think we're going to get to a point and there's going to be an edge.
But it's a different way. Instead of it being like a sphere that you go round and round, there's some other electrodynamic shape, electromagnetic shape.
It's the electromagnetic field that we all use with our compass. We are held inside of that field, and when you deviate outside of that field, you aren't on the grid anymore. Whether you think you are or not, you aren't on the same grid because of the way that we use and graph out, whether it be nautical almanacs, whether it be charts, whether it be aerial maps. It's all done off of a celestial disk north and a celestial disk south, and they meet up at an exact location. We do it at Greenwich, but I believe it should be at the prime meridian should be at Egypt. But yes, I don't think it's I don't think the ground itself looks like two pizzas put together. I don't think the sky.
That wouldn't make sense, right? But what would
Right.
make more sense is an as above, so below principle where the ground is doing something similar to the sky.
I think it is, yeah. I mean, I even went so far as to map out the tectonic plates from what I transposed from what we have for the GP location of the tectonic plates and the subduction zones that we have around the world. I transposed that onto my map, and what I got was exactly what you would think. Everything is moving from east to west, compressing on the celestial equator to give us the Himalayas, to give us that exact rotation of everything moving in a figure eight, clockwise around the north, counterclockwise around the south. And it makes more sense for tectonic plates. I mean, I know that there's going to be arguments on this, but just think about tectonic plates, one being created and one as far as growing from lava coming up, or whatever you think the center of the earth is or not, whether it be a flat plane or a ball, something lava, heat, rock is coming up and solidifying and growing in these expansion zones in the Pacific and in the Atlantic. And then as it moves out, there's subduction zones, not in the Atlantic. Oh no, they're not. Only in the Pacific along what we call the rim of fire, which I think is called the line of subduction. Now that I depicted on my map, it shows all of the Pacific Ocean diving underneath the tectonic plates, and the tectonic plates are floating on top of the Pacific Ocean rim, which is the subduction zone. And it moves just like, I mean, I'm not saying that this is how it is. I'm saying when I take the data from the globe or from any type of it's from NOAA, was what it was from the Oceanic Administration, whatever, NOAA. I took their information and transposed it onto my map, and it shows just the tectonic plates are moving exactly like my map depicts, around the north and around the south, separating on the west and converging on the east.
Have you done a dedicated video on the tectonic plates?
Not an entire video. I know that New Perspective recorded probably hours at this point of me talking about this stuff, and I know I did at least a pretty good in-depth. I showed the map of how I show it. I overlaid the stars and the movements of the magnetic field with the tectonic plates. I have the arrows of each tectonic plates, the Nubian, the Eurasian, all the different ones, North American plate, and then the Pacific plate diving down underneath everything. But I'm not sure how in-depth it is. It's probably only about 15, 20 minutes of me talking. But no, I haven't made a video of it specifically about tectonic plates. Most people don't even believe in tectonic plates, let alone let me tell them that, there's a fucking, this is why you get and that's the other thing. So when I did all the tectonic plates, it's not exact, but it looks like the yin yang. As far as the line of subduction gives you the exact middle of the yin yang. So like the separation between the white and the black, you would have, that's the line of subduction, what it looks like for the Pacific Rim on my map.
Yeah, really cool, dude. Really cool. So what's next for you then? Are you doing anything now that you're working on? Any new material, video-wise, content-wise at the minute?
Of Flat Earth or of anything?
Yeah, just what are you working on at the moment?
I don't make videos. I've only made 9 and 7 years or something like that. Most of my videos are years old, and I mean I have started making things now and wanting Dave or New Perspective.
What are you working on? DM me if you want some help. All right, well, DM me if you want some help too.
I'm not working on much of anything. I'm more of getting away from trying to prove anything to anybody about my model or about Flat Earth or anything like that, because it was getting away from that anyway. I was getting into it describing the purpose of us actually being here and all the mysteries of iniquity that we have. I mean, that's
working on anything else not FE presentation, but like what else are you working on at all? I was just interested in that when he was like, "What are you wearing?" Oh, let's hear some cool stuff. Like, what's going on? Current events, man. You seem like a driven dude with a creative mind. You could probably do a lot of fun stuff. Include us, buddy.
I would have to say the only thing exciting that I've ever done here lately and keep up on and stuff like that is I've gone through a bunch of iterations of ion collection, of atmospheric energy collection. I can't sustain my house because I'm completely off grid. My house is I've got solar, hydro, generators, ethereal or atmospheric collection, and I can collect if there's a good storm going on, I can get about 300-400 watts consistently coming down through to charge up my batteries. But most of the time it's nothing. It's very, very, it's milliamps. I mean milliamps of volts. But I've been working on and have been really trying to work on my making my Faraday cage not be what it is. I have my house is a Faraday cage.
That's really cool. And so when you're off grid, how do people internet when they're off grid? Are you like Starlinking or what how do you do that?
Point-to-point wireless. So I use a 24 dBi antenna, shoot I think I'm only shooting like 3 miles at my location now, but 3 miles to another point-to-point wireless that's on top of a mountain. And I've got about, I think they're pushing me 120. No, I think I'm getting 100 meg per second down 25 up. That's what it was, a quarter of what I got down.
Point to point. Who owns that? They're giving it to you for free? You can link for free?
No, it was, so when I first got it, the first generation was 4 gigahertz or 4G, what they called. And it was $300 for the antenna to buy, or you could rent it for $15 an hour or $15 a month. But I just went ahead and bought it. But you're paying $250 a month for 100 meg down and 25 up. Then they changed everything to the 8G to where now you have 5G towers on the cell phone towers up there, or 5G LMBs or UMBs. Now they're putting 8G for the internet. At least my internet is. It's 6 gigahertz, but it's called 8th generation. And when they gave it to me like that, they brought my monthly service down to, I think I'm paying $67 a month, and I didn't have to pay for my equipment and all. They just gave it to me because I was.
Oh, I thought it was going to be more. So it's a phone. It's a phone company.
Oh no! This is an internet data transfer company, and you can find them anywhere. They're called point-to-point wireless or wireless internet. The one I'm using is like Digital Path or something to that effect.
Damn.
Another ones were NetWits or something like that. So you can find them everywhere in the world.
They was hitting for $250 a month at first. Golly.
Dude, when I was in Illinois in 1994, I was paying, I wasn't paying, but my customers were paying $1,000 for 1 megabyte down a T1 line, a direct line from the backbone of level 3 in St. Louis, Missouri. $1,000 a month.
Wow.
What? Sorry, go ahead.
I do remember higher bills back in the day, but like that's still, those are very high. I had one of those cards. You put it to the disk slot in your laptop, and it had a little antenna that came off, and it would turn it into a phone. It was like a mobile.
Oh, like a Wi-Fi or a MiFi. Yeah, I've got one of those too. But no, I think the main reason that I had all this, as far as why I have this internet, to be honest with you, is before my mom retired. She lives on the same property I do. She has her own house or her own part of the property, but she had to have a dedicated IP, a dedicated line that could not go down. As far as you couldn't be sharing her bandwidth because she was doing insurance adjusting or managing for Blue Shield. So when she was at home doing all this, she was off site, but she was really good, I guess, at her position. So they would let her do this at home and do all the managerial part of the nursing of the insurance. That connection could not be down. So I had to have multiple IPs that were directly saved for it. So I think it was $15 an hour more, or $15 a month more for that. But I had to have the ability to change over to somebody else's frequency so that if something goes down, I've got another internet. So I think it's a business account as opposed to a personal account or residential account. And then now I can run residential account because my mom's retired. But you should look into that if you can't get high speed internet where you're at. Anybody listening, look into point-to-point wireless because they can burn through trees now. So you can burn up to, I think it's 40 miles or something on flat land, like in Missouri. They can get you high speed internet. But no, I think the only thing that I would want to work on, or that I think is going to be the next key, is figuring out why there is a connection between the material and the ethereal, or the spiritual and the material part of all religions and all of metrics that we use for it, whether it be electronics or fluid dynamics and things like that. There's a connection to be. For example, I just want to put this out there. You have a magnetic field in your brain that extends out past your skull. And we can read that with MRIs. We can read that with EKGs or whatever it is that they're using. I don't know exactly the name of it, but there's machines that use magnets to read that magnetic field outside of your head. And we can affect your feelings or whether you're anxious, whether you're mad, whether you're sad, by producing an electromagnetic field next to you or a resonant field pointed at you from a subsonic radio frequency, however you want to look at it, a satellite. So if we can get and figure out that connection, where is that hidden? Whether it be in the ancient cultures, whether it be in the religions, whether it be in the sacred geometry, of what that mechanism is, not the connection, not so much the idea, but what is the mechanism that allows us to open more of our brain? What is the mechanism? Is it magnets? Is it something, a frequency that allows us to be able to control and whether you think of Acacian records or you think of ethereal energy, what is it that allows us to connect to this and utilize, whether it be information or energy? I think that's what I'm going to start working on the next, because there's a reason why they're separating the Eastern cultures from the Western cultures. There's a reason why they don't want people to think of chakras or ley lines, why that's not forbidden but frowned upon when you're in science or when you're in the Western cultures. But it's very well embraced if you're in the Eastern cultures, as far as that there's ley lines across the earth the same way that there's chakras within inside of your body. So that's what I think I would like to work on next. But that gets a lot of not pushback, but that gets a lot of people thinking you're getting into the whole mystical or yeah, just magic shit. And I don't think it does. I put everybody to sleep, thank God. Sweet. I'm curious if anybody has the answer to this anyway. What do you think the percentage is of people that believe the earth is flat or to the ball in here? As far as on this channel that come in here. I mean, is it 50-50, 80-20?
I'd say 60-40 flat Earth. More flat earthers, but there's plenty of globers.
That's good, actually. You don't want you're talking into an echo chamber, that's for sure. It doesn't matter what I'm talking about. I'm never talking into an echo chamber, though, that's for sure.
No, that's one thing about this channel. There's representatives for every idea in here. Can be quite colourful sometimes, but that's what makes it a good space, right?
Well, yeah, and that's what makes other ideas come from it too, because there's many times, not just on flat Earth, but any subject matter where somebody questions you, and it's not so much the question, but that makes you think of something else that really opens the doors or opens your eyes to the actual understanding of the subject matter you're at, or talking about, or looking at. I think it's great. I mean, I can see why sometimes people or whoever says, oh, don't talk to this person, or they're just going to troll, or there's whatever. But I'm of the assumption that not so much you have to feed a troll, but you should at least acknowledge that somebody's saying something, and if you can explain it, try. I don't know. I don't think you should just disclude somebody, especially if it's exactly opposite of what you're thinking, like a baller or a flat earther. You should definitely want to talk to them, get their opinion.
Oh, I'm 100% in agreement. Like, I'm really interested in the geocentric ball model, and as a flat earther, people are like, oh yeah, you just shared a geocentric model. I'm like, yeah, they're interesting, right? Like, I don't have an allegiance. Every view is interesting to a certain point, and within context is valuable.
Yeah. I mean, I can even remember back when, 2000 and probably 14, 15, when people were talking about, I can't remember his name, Lord Jesus Christ, or Jesus Christ is Lord Superstar, or something like that. This guy was talking about concave Earth. And when I first came in and started talking to people, they were like, do not talk to this guy. He's talking about concave Earth. And I was like, that's kind of interesting, you know? I mean, it's just the inverse of what we're talking about. So it was really weird that people did not want to even entertain anything he had to say. It was very strange to me. It made me almost want to look at it more, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, he was a bit of a strange character himself. But I was one of them who writ him off very early, and it wasn't actually until I started looking into dual pole that a lot of the questions I had about the dual pole, like he had answers that could actually work on a dual pole. So I've gone back actually recently through his stuff, and I've got a completely different opinion now. He spotted things and had solutions to problems that the flat earthers were ignoring.
For sure.
Not to say he was right about anything, but a lot of his stuff does match up and could work with some of the stuff you're saying. In all honesty.
Oh yeah, no, the Southern Star Trails was one of them. The way that he was depicting it and how it worked, it was exactly how I would depict it. It was just the inverse, you know. So you would have to just take his model and inverse it, like pull it inside out, and now you would have what I had. It was really weird that's why I think it intrigued me as much when I saw it. But I think that was even before I came up with the whole idea of dual pole, to be honest with you. When I started talking to that guy or started coming on line and talking on, I think it was Hangouts. It wasn't Discord at that point. It was just Hangouts.
Yeah, very, very intriguing. I don't know what happened to the guy. He kind of disappeared. Someone said he
Probably went to
died,
heaven.
or I don't know if he did. Yeah.
He should have came back to life, right? He was Jesus Christ, is what he said.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, like I said, he was a strange guy. Even if he, even if he did address some really good points, he was very strange.
True. And I would say to that, aren't we all though? I mean, he was very strange, don't get me wrong, and different strange than what I am. But I think we're all strange in a certain way. I know people would definitely say that about me.
Yeah, I'm a lot more open-minded now. Back then, I was, I think I was just afraid, really. Not afraid, but just I didn't quite understand what he was saying. I had a different idea of what concave Earth meant, and I was a bit more all or nothing then. It was like, oh, it's not concave, so everything he's saying must be nonsense, right? And then as I got older, I started to realize actually, he's bringing up a lot of interesting points that solve a lot of issues on the flat Earth. I couldn't see it at the time.
Right, because and I couldn't either, because I was pretty much seeing it at that point anyway as the AE model. One pole in the center and everything was out, or the globe. And it didn't no way that I was flip-flopping between when I first started coming into flat Earth would work out with his thing, but it actually did. I mean, as far as some of the data points anyway, not so much it being a concave Earth. I am really surprised, though. I have to say I'm in many ways overwhelmingly surprised, happy, and just amazingly, it's like I'm shaking my head. Oh my God, that even after all these years, 10 years, man, since I've been really 8 to 10 years since I've came online and really started talking to people about flat Earth, that there is not just one channel, there's many of them in Discord and online. People are putting on TikTok and YouTube about flat Earth. I just think that's amazing in both ways, sad and happy. It's wow.
Yeah, it is sad. I agree with you. I don't know about happy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're saying sad for a different reason than I am, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying sad that there are so many people out there with a lack a basic understanding of science that they would think the Earth is flat. Yeah, that's correct.
Right, and I'm thinking the exact opposite. I'm thinking it's so sad that they have to have a channel out there to try and debunk just that you're not spinning and you're not upside down,
But you are.
depending on what time of the year it is. I know you believe that.
You are. It's easily proved.
Right. So you're sad for that. I'm sad for the other reason. So we were talking about two different reasons of sad. That's all I was getting at.
So you're happy that, or you're sad that people are smart and can figure it out, or you're sad that people are. I don't understand
No,
why you're sad.
I'm happy that it's really that there's still a place after 10 years for people to be able to come and learn and talk and discuss and figure out on both sides, that there's not just a place that people are just spewing out the flat earth stuff, that there's people like you that will spend the time to still come to a place like here and argue for the ball. I think that's great, but it's sad that it still has to be here to me.
Right.
That
it's sad. That's right.
Yeah,
it is sad that
know,
a place like
I
this
know.
has to be to explain to flat earthers that.
And I say
simple-
explain to ball earthers. I know we both are saying the same thing, but we're
Okay.
looking at
Well,
two different graphics.
what's your evidence? What's your evidence for the flat Earth then?
As far as which evidence? What are we talking about? From the,
Any bit of evidence. If some evidence.
did you not see my math?
What math? Nobody. No flat earther does math.
Okay. Well, then I guess never mind.
What's your evidence? Clearly has only just joined. Clearly, hasn't been here.
What's your evidence for the flat Earth?
Well, there's many evidence for the flat Earth, but as far as I've created my own map that uses it's called the celestial triangulation tool, and I use geometry by taking the exact data that you get from the nautical almanacs, laid it on top of the map that I am depicting of the Earth with latitude and longitude lines that shows us where we can plot our position as far as the observer's position on the Earth. That's the map that I have.
You can do Cel-Nav on the flat Earth? Oh, please, let me see this one. There was $10,000 out there a while ago for that. You should have claimed that.
They told me about that. They told me about that. I could still get it from what I hear. Dude.
What'd you do it? I don't know if you still got it out there, but I mean, you could, because nobody tried. Well, a couple of people tried. But what they did is they solved it using spherical geometry and then tried to backbit it into the flat
Well, see,
Earth.
that's why I have a problem with being able to do that, because they tried to talk to me. Maybe it was you that talked to me about this before. I'm not sure, but no, it wasn't you. I'm sorry, it wasn't you. I'm not going to do that. I mix people up and people get upset about that. But somebody was saying they should be able to give me coordinates, and I should be able to do it backwards from what I'm saying I can do with my map. So I can take a person that's on the position of the plane of existence, and I can triangulate between whatever stars in the sky at the time, at that moment, whether it be Regulus or whatever star it is in the position it is. I can use those three stars, triangulate my position by using this tool, this map. People were wanting me to do it backwards. I mean, I should be able to do it backwards. I've never done it that way, and it's almost like.
So wait, you can take a 3-star fix and find your. You can take a 3-star. Can you take a 3-star fix? No, that's okay. I just want to know: can you take a 3-star fix and find your position?
As far as the 3-star fix, as far as what? How are you saying? Somebody gives me the declination of the star off of the Greenwich Mean Time or the sidereal hour angle? Or are we talking about they're going outside of there and they're giving me off of their theodolite that somebody was trying to tell me that it doesn't go against the compass bearings or true bearings? Because if we're talking about, you can give me the exact time of the either the Greenwich hour angle or the sidereal angle of a star. Yes, I'll be able to put it out there and triangulate between there what that position was. But see, I don't do it backwards like that. I don't get the stars transitions and then put the position. I have the position and then I angle the stars. So I'm not looking at.
Wait, what good is that? Well, I mean, the purpose of it is to find your location. So I don't understand what you're saying.
So I'm not looking at somebody's not giving me the data of the stars. I'm looking at the angle of the stars. So it's like this. If you're looking at trigonometry of trying to find the angles or the length of a triangle. You're thinking of when you're giving that to me, you're giving me the different angle, the different point. I don't know what they call it, the sine, cosine, and tangent. So when you're asking me to do it backwards, I would have to know the tangent or the cosine. I don't know which one we're talking about as far as I'm not that in depth
I'm not
into
sure.
it.
I'm not sure what you're. That's not Cel-Nav. I'm not sure what you're doing there.
Okay, so so if I put a point on my map, okay, that's called my estimated position, and I do that by timing the sun and getting the angle of Polaris. That gives me, or if I'm in the southern hemispheres or southern latitudes, I use sigma Octantis for my angle, my latitude. From there, that is my estimated position. And then I have to use the stars to triangulate exactly where I am within inside of the grid that I just estimated. And I use an actual conical grid depending on which latitude I'm at or which well, it's actually, yes, exactly, latitude I'm at. So if increments of 10 up from 0 to 90, and you have a different graph that gives you the different
Hey, can you demonstrate this? You ought to,
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see how you do that.
I've done it so many times, and every time I do it, you guys get all mad at me and tell me, look at how long you've taken. You've done all this, and you haven't shown me anything.
No, I'm not good. I haven't criticized it. I want to see you do it. I'd like to see a video of demonstrating and how you do it.
I'm not going to do a video. I'm going to do it right here in front of you. As far as you're going to see my map, you're going to see the triangulation tool itself that I made, and then you'll see me do it on a graph. And then you would just take this information, the GPS locations, and transpose it onto. You can do it onto my map, but you would have to do it onto latitude and longitude. Whether you think it's a ball, or you think it's my flat Earth, or you think it's an AE map,
But
you can take
using GPS even.
Yeah, I do it by coordinates. Hold on. I'm getting a little bit confused here for a second. So it would be, I do it by arc, minutes, and seconds. So you'll have the degrees, the minutes, and seconds whenever I'm done with my calculations of triangulation. And you'll see that here in just a second on the graph. It actually, the graph itself shows it to you when you do the triangulation. Share screen. Oh, I'll have to pull up the. It doesn't matter. I can make it to where you can see what I would go out and see the stars like and everything at the exact time of where I'm putting these stars, so you can see how it works with the graph. But 1 second. And then I have to open up my camera. Okay. Now, do you see the map? You guys see it?
Yes.
Okay. So this is exactly the grid that you use on the ball, however or whatever you think. It's you can look at it as you're not looking. Don't even look at the bottom. Just look at the top. You can see that that's a full grid, 360 degrees, separated by the longitude lines that go around this way, and then the latitude lines that go up. Or I'm sorry, the latitude lines go around this way. The longitude lines start from the north, and then would come down to the celestial equator in its exact arcs at 15-degree increments. I mean, do you see what I'm talking about there? Just like you would have on the ball.
Yep.
Okay. So, in order for me to do my estimating of the sun, all I do is I go outside and I have to have a sundial. I put the sundial down. I watch the shadow of it. You can see that the shadow of here. I time the shadow when the shadow hits noon on the sundial. I don't have my sundial right here so you can see, but you know what a sundial looks like. It would look like this. This would be sitting here. You would have from 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night of a graph that would go across. And as the shadow would go around, it would meet at noon straight up. Let me grab a flashlight. It'll make it a lot easier. It'll make it a lot easier. Can you see the shadow moving?
Yep.
Okay, so if I had 12 marked here, it's hard to hold the phone and do all this and the little flashlight and everything. So if I had 12 marked here on a circle that was out here and 6 was over here, and every, delineation, you had a clock out there. When you time it, the sun, hold on, it turns my camera off. When you time the sun and let's say you were at 4 minutes. I'm sorry, 8 minutes before noon, and the shadow is exactly at the middle, right? You know that whatever time difference are as far as the time zone you're in, you're not exactly on a 15 increment. You are 2 arc minutes off of it, and I'll show you this in just a second. I'm just saying you have to time this, right? You understand the whole shadow, right? You know what I'm talking about? Getting your solar noon? Well, once you get your solar noon, you estimate your latitude. And all the latitude estimation is this. Whatever that time frame is exactly 1 hour from the prime meridian. Every hour past the prime meridian, so I get Greenwich Mean Time. I know that if I was, let's say in Central America, in the Central America, it's going to be 6 hours past Greenwich, because that's 6 time zones past Greenwich, which would be 90. So if it's 4 or 8 minutes before, that would be 2 degrees before. So instead of 90 degrees, you're at 88 degrees whenever you time that out. You know that just by timing the sun, knowing that when your solar noon of your position comes out at exact position, it will give you an estimated longitude. So I know that if it's 4 minutes before noon, or I'm sorry, 8 minutes before noon gives me 2 nautical degrees before that time zone. Now I'm at 88 for my longitude, 88 for my longitude. So in order to go out and do and that's just the estimation, right? Hold on. I put that estimation on a graph that anybody doing nautical positioning or star charts or anything, star triangulation is going to use this. This is I can't remember the exact name of the graph it is, but you can see it's 360-degree graph separated by squaring the circle to where you would have a longitude line down the center and a latitude line down the middle of the center going horizontal.
Yeah.
Each one of the graphs. So now that we know that we're I'm sorry, we didn't do the other part. Hold on. We still have to go out to Polaris, and I don't have this on me right now. I have to grab something. Hold on. Well, that sucks. I can't even find my wallet.
Hey, Eon, my phone had died when we were talking. My charger couldn't keep up with the phone, man. I didn't mean to just duck out on you. Just want to say thank you for talking 30 minutes ago. Thank you.
No problem, man. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. I don't have it anywhere, but anyway, you would use this exact thing. A quadrant is what it would be. This is a speed square, but you could use this as a quadrant the same way you would use a sextant. You would drop a line from here, just a plumb bob straight from this point right here, and then you can see that you get your angles from 0 to 90 along here, and where that would hang down. Let me just grab anything to show this. So you'd have it like this, and you would put it out like this.
I understand it.
Okay, so that's what I would use, and whatever this line comes out to be for Polaris, if you're in the north, Sigma Octantis in the south, is what your estimated latitude is. So all I have to do is go to my map, and everything here is your latitude and longitude. Each one of these graphs, my map starts at Egypt, everybody starts everything 0 at Greenwich. So you just start 0 here, you mark it all out. If you count it all up, you get to 80 or 90, you come back 3 degrees, and now you're in Central America. You can see on my map, that's where 88 degrees is. You count up from the latitude lines, you count up 15, 30, and then 30 up to whatever it is, 39, 40. Get it up to Central America, and 39 and 40 is right before that 45 mark. You got to 15, 30, 45. It comes out to be right there. So now, in order to use this, you have to, I'm going to make it to where you can see it, because we already know where the estimated position is from just doing the sun and the stars. Remove the grid, and now we put the stars on. We can only use one of the disks because we're in one of the hemispheres. We're only measuring off of the one of these central located disks. And all of the central stars, as far as the northern stars, are inside of this disk, not the whole disk. This line right here, this is the celestial equator. These are the southern stars on the outside, but you can see that you're not really looking at all this. You're looking at all of this. This is just represented because I got to grab a different graph. Hold on. You can see when you put the observer, my measurement, my conical or conical. So it's a not diaclonical. I can't remember what the word is, but this is represented of a bottom of a cone, directly whatever latitude it is from the north. So this would be the observer at 15 degrees latitude. You would lay that over where, I'm sorry, first I have to do this. You take your map, you center wherever the north is directly up of whatever your position is. So if we're in North America, it would be here. If I was in Egypt, it would be here. If I was in Asia or USSR, it would be like this. But for us, you make it to where it's like this so that we know what our declination is, what we're about to measure. You put the star trails on. Sorry, I got to put it the right way. You have to go out and put the stars, whatever one's a zenith star above you. For me right now, it's the Big Dipper. Actually, the Big Dipper is a little bit past right now, so it'd be like this. These are Big Dipper stars. You got Doopy or Doobie, Akari, whatever. You know what I'm saying. The Big Dipper is sitting directly. If I look north to Polaris, the Big Dipper is covering up above Polaris directly where I'm looking. So that's how I set the stars. Now, I take that graph that I just showed you, the observer, and I put it overlay on my map with the stars. And now I'm not looking at the zenith stars, not the ones that I just made it to where I could see where the stars were and lay it out over the map. But I use other stars that have to be over 15 degrees from the center, from Polaris, to the east or to the west. And right now that would be Vega. Vega would be a perfect one for me to use right now. So I would look to the west and I would look at this number right here, and I'm going to pull it up so you can see these are declinations exactly from Polaris. Sorry. They're numbered from 0 to 290 as far as on this declination from there, and then from 360 to from 180 to 90 backwards, because this transpose can be flipped over and used in the southern hemisphere. So you just go out there. I'm really making this convoluted. I apologize. You set up the stars. You've got your estimated everything down. You put your graph over the top. You go out. You look at this graph. It shows you Vega is at 30. Is it 34? Oh, I'm upside down. I apologize. Vega is at 40 declination. So I go out and I grab my compass and I go find Vega in my star in real life. And I take my compass and I show my compass bearing of what Vega is. And the offset of what this tells me, and it can be off a little bit. You can see that you can move this around in it for a good 15 minutes, maybe even 20 minutes. You can move it to where you can be off. But the difference between your magnetic declination or your compass bearing, not your magnetic declination, I apologize, your compass bearing and what this graph says is gives you your amplitude and gives you how you can triangulate for each star. In order to do this, you go to your graph and all you do is, this is my estimated line. This is my 88 line. This is my 39 or my 40 line, whatever you want to say. And then I go out and I look at Vega and get all my measurements and everything. And I draw the line. I draw the line and I put Vega right here, right? And then whatever that difference was, whatever if it was 40 and I went out and I measured 45 with my compass, but Vega on the graph showed it was 45. I'm sorry, it showed 40 and I went outside and measured it, it was 45. That means my amplitude, the distance that I have to start triangulating is going to be 5. It's all you have to do is remove it. And how you get that, let me grab the compass. Oh, it doesn't matter. Whatever. You can see the graph right here, right? You just measure out, each one of these lines is 2, each one of these lines is 10. You have to draw yourself a line at whatever latitude you are, and that's your graph. It's not the entire graph, it's only on this line is where you're measuring. So you measure out your 5, and you can see it would be very little, just a little more than a couple fingernails. So you go down onto your map and you draw your horizontal line, and that's where your fix is. You know you're definitely along this line somewhere along that line. It could be anywhere along that line. So you have to do one more star. So you go to back to your graph, you put your stars on there, you look at everything, you put the graph back on there, and then you get your star that's you want to triangulate. So you want to be at least try to be 90 degrees. It's not going to be perfect, but look over there and you see whatever it is, Schrader. Schrader tells you exactly that it's 2 degrees, or I'm sorry, let's make it 10 degrees. It's 10 degrees off of what the graph is saying and what you're saying. So you go back to your graph, you draw your line out to Schrader, you put it down, and now you have to move one of these. So it's an entire fingernail up. You draw your line to Schrader, you put your fingernail distance down, and you draw your line. And where those 2 lines cross, you can see it. Where these 2 lines cross is your fix. And the more you do, the tighter that fix gets. You can see the more you get a triangle. And now, if you can see, I don't know if you can see it, because the thing's going to allow it. It's split up into minutes. You've got minutes along here from the center up, 0 to 10 to 20, and each one of those is your minute and seconds as far as from wherever you're at, where your fix is. So this would be 88 and let's say 4 minutes and 12 seconds by 30, would we say 39 or 40 degrees, my estimate line right here, by, what is that, 11 minutes? Yeah, 11 minutes or so and 22 seconds, and that's where your fix is. So we know it's 39 degrees by 11 minutes and 22 seconds, and 88 degrees by 4 minutes and 2 seconds, or whatever it is, whatever that distance is from this up and down line to this fix, that triangle. And then you just take that the same way you knew that your estimated was, but you can go to a very smaller graph of an image. So instead of looking at a graph like this, you would be just looking at just North America, and you can triangulate on a map exactly where you're at by latitude and longitude in arc minutes. And I'm sorry, just like you would a star map, or just like you would a regular linear map, you can do it by arc minutes, degrees, arc minutes, and seconds. So where no matter where it's at, you can position where you're at on the map. And that's what I think I've created differently than everybody else. So in order to do this any other way, I have to use a scientific calculator, and I have to use actual data instead of a map. Instead of using this disk that has the data in an actual representation, in a physical representation of how it moves and how we measure it, I would have to use data points like you would see on the nautical almanac. And I would have to do scientific notations with local hour angles, Greenwich hour angles, and sidereal hour angles in order to figure out exactly what the triangulation is. And that's what I think I've done differently. I've taken all of the nautical information, which is right here on these discs, wrapped it up on top of the map that I have representing the Earth with the separation of the latitude and longitude lines, so that you can use this triangulation tool that I wrap up on top of that with the star patterns to give you your position.
So what criticisms have you heard from the globe Earth?
I've every criticism you can possibly think of. I've heard it from even people that believe in the flat Earth. The criticism of it. I think one of the biggest things that got it to where it didn't matter what people were thinking of the criticisms of this, it was when I showed somebody who was dealing with star navigation or going up and looking at the stars, and they actually did it with me. Somebody who actually went outside and looked at the stars with me and saw me do this, just like I ran through the entire thing with you here. But I actually did it with the stars. I did it with, so they were the ones that moved the wheels, moved the star positions where it was, put the graph on top. There's no, it's not like I have to describe it to anybody. They go, oh wow, okay. And that's why I thought it would be, it's really hard for me to really explain this to somebody until I just show it to them, until they actually see it. And I don't know if that just did that describe.
Yeah, it'd be difficult. Yeah.
I mean, do you understand the concept of what I just did there, though? I mean, does it make sense
Yeah,
as far as what you're
I've got
saying?
the concept. I'm not up on it enough to actually critique, except for the sun. For me, that dual pole model, the sun is one of the main issues with it. That the sun's in one part of the sky and people on the other part of the globe or other part of the dual pole, whatever, is seeing the sun overhead, but someone else on the whole other side of the world sees the sun overhead, and
Man,
it's a big problem.
I have a problem with it too. Still, I mean, I'm not saying that everything works out perfectly for every position, because there's those anomalies like what you're talking about, where it splits, where the celestial equator and the I guess where celestial equator and where everybody else thinks the equator is, where it splits north and south. It's hard to even visualize it or even understand that it works that way. I get it. It's still hard. The sun is a hard one, but then so the moon would have to be the exact same, though.
Yeah, and the stars would have to split at some point.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Do the dual rotation.
Not necessarily, because the way that I depict it is, I know it looks like they split, but it's a magnetic field, and the magnetic field is going to show you the opposing field at those locations like a star. So you're not going to see it. You don't go out and see the stars spinning. You see a star, and you have to sit there for a long time to watch it move in its rotation, and each one of them moves a significant difference as opposed to the other, depending on what latitude it is. So when you go to these positions, the stars are going to be the exact same as the southern hemisphere opposing the northern where it splits. It's just going to look weird. It's just going to move weird for that little bit of an area. I don't know exactly how big it is, 69 miles. It's probably 1,000 miles, to be honest with you, the way everything works out to be, how it skews at that point. But yeah, it's not that it splits. You would almost, what a kaleidoscope, what I'm thinking of is the center of a kaleidoscope, how you have all the edges coming together, and it's not that they split, but the opposing one just goes right along with the other one in a star pattern. That's what I'm, the same way a magnetic field would, if you pushed two toroidal fields up together and then another set of two toroidal fields up to them, you would get that star pattern, that kaleidoscope. But yeah, I understand. It is a hard concept to rationalize with the reality that not only that you believe in or that you think you see. Because a lot of us don't even go out and look at the stars like what they actually are doing at all. I mean, most people don't even believe there's southern star trails, whether they are a baller or a flat earther. So I don't know. It's hard to discuss things like that with people that don't even believe that there's a difference. Not saying I shouldn't say hard. It's difficult for me to get my point across, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Did I turn my screen off though? I hope I did. Yeah.
Yeah, you saw.
Okay.
But yeah, I was going through Border Patrol there. But yeah, the more you are able to show what you're talking about, the better off you'll be. Because a lot of it is just, what in the hell is he talking about? But, where you could show people, it gives them a little bit better perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And then it comes down to gumption or initiate, or what would it be? Just the will to go out there and do all this over again and make videos, or to sit here for hours and go through this. It's hard for me to keep doing it, but I guess that's what I'd have to do if I want people to see it. I really, honestly, the only reason I'm ever even in here is because of new perspective. I usually don't. I'm not out blabbing to people about it. I'm not trying to stand on the corner and wave my, map in the sky and tell everybody the sky's falling, the earth's flat. I can tell you that.